We're good, Ashley. Don't worry. It's fine. We're good. We're good.
All right. Good morning. Welcome to this December 5th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. We do have Supervisor Frazier, who is attending remotely, and all those arrangements have been made. His location is posted. And good morning, Dion. Nice to see you. If you would stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, Supervisor Gogan will lead us.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll begin this morning with a report out of the closed session of our November meeting that we did have. Closed session item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 2, no reportable action was taken. Item 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Sieper et al. Versus County of Trinity et al., Trinity County Superior Court case number 22CV071. Direction was given to staff. Item 5.3, excuse me, Government Code Section 54954.5E, public employee appointment, County Council. Direction was given to staff. Item 5.4, Government Code Section 54954.5E, public employee evaluation, County Administrative Officer. Evaluation was held and completed. Item 5.5, Government Code Section 54956.9D 2 and 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one potential case, complaint of alleged harassment against a member of the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors, by unanimous 5-0 vote, authorized a statement and information for public release, which statement and information are available on the county's website and are made part of the official record of the board proceedings. That is the end of the closed session report out. We will now move to presentations. Item 1.1, receive an overview of the draft Northwest California Bureau of Land Management thank you. Integrated Resource Management Plan from Pat Frost, no fiscal impact. I invited Pat to be with us today. There is a 900-page document that has been produced. It's a bit of a general plan that BLM produces and lasts 30 years. And this plan incorporates more land mass than the previous plan, leaving us a bit scratching our heads when we look for Trinity County specifically within the plan. Pat has taken it upon himself to advise us of a strategy for Trinity to be able to effectively speak into that plan. Letters of recommendation or consideration for the board to sign will be brought forward at the next meeting, but I wanted Pat to be able to do all of this explaining here today so that when those letters come through at the next meeting, they can be on the consent and everyone will understand. So Pat, thank you for your initiative, your leadership, and for being here today. Floor is yours.
Thank you. So for the record, Pat Frost, 171 Grizzly Lane, Trinity Center, California. And I'm here today because I was appointed to the Bureau of Land Management, Northern California Resource Advisory Council a while ago. It's a 15-member council that covers Northern California area for BLM is from about Butte County to the Oregon border, from the Nevada state line to the sea stacks off the coast of Arcata and Humboldt and Mendocino counties. And thank you for that great introduction, Madam Chair. Any questions? No, she covered the first page of my notes. No, that's great. So again, the Bureau of Land Management operates under a resource management plan. Think of it as their version of a general plan. And like us, their plan has gotten old. It was last updated in the early 1990s, and a lot has changed since then. One of the significant things that's changed is how they put together the resource management plan. Instead of a plan for the Reading office of BLM, it is a plan that covers the Reading office of BLM, which covers from Butte County to the Oregon border and from eastern Shasta County through Trinity and Siskiyou County. But it also covers the Arcata office. So it's two big offices with huge land mass that is under one big plan. And as Jill said, 900-page plan, plus or minus a couple of pages and appendices. And they gave 90 days, for review, which is generous. Oftentimes governments will give you 30 days or 45 days to review some massive document. But think about it, a 900-page plan in 90 days is reading 10 pages a day and trying to, assimilate what that means. So my thought was, instead of me trying to read 900 pages and find the Trinity County pieces, because it's this high-level document where all the statements, all the things that they're trying to encompass have to be consistent across that landscape, which is very difficult. I apologize for my voice. So my thought was, let's go to the people with the expertise in Trinity County for different key resource management areas. So what I've asked the Weaverville Community Forest Steering Committee to take a look at the plan and refine comments that they will send to BLM for the community forest. They actually meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. So they're going to take this up tomorrow, have comments assembled in the next few days. The Trinity County Fire Safe Council meets on December 7th. So they'll take up the forestry, fire resiliency side of the plan and do the same thing, develop their own comments and letter and submit those. And then Trinity County has a Trinity River Watershed Council. And so kind of the water-based endangered species of the river kind of issues, the watershed issues will be taken up by that committee. And they meet on December 12th. And they'll assemble their comments and thoughts. And then I'll get copies of those. I'll bring them back to you so that you can be well informed and decide what, if anything, specific you might want to do. There are a few kind of key things that I just, in my review of the document, that I would just let you know now. There are 4 alternatives, overall alternatives to be considered. Every plan has as one of their alternatives the don't do anything alternative, so that you kind of throw out right away. I mean, that would say just stick with the 1990 plan. And that's not, feasible at all. Then there are 3 other alternatives. The preferred alternative is alternative D, as in David. And that seems to be I think it is the best and the most appropriate alternative to move forward as their plan. It's well balanced. It balances natural resource habitat kinds of issues against active management issues when you're looking at the forestry side of things in particular. It looks at key areas of Trinity County that need to be managed in specific ways, like the Weaverville Community Forest, Grass Valley Creek watershed, and the BLM has always had a very focused interest on properties that they manage for us along the Trinity River. So those are all covered really well in that alternative D. There are a few specific things that I'm hoping these three different expertise groups kind of pick out, and I'll help them find those at those meetings. So for example, the Weaverville Community Forest, one of the really interesting things that is being proposed is to include the community forest lands that are managed by BLM as what is called an extensive recreation management area because of the all of the trails that are in the Weaverville Community Forest and the not only local but regional use of those trails. That designation will give BLM added oomph when they're trying to find money to do trail related, recreation related projects. So that's something that we'll want to give them kudos and say, you know, yes, please do this. Another is the Grass Valley Creek watershed, which is on the eastern part of the county. That has a long history with BLM going back to the early 1990s when a locally led effort led by the Trinity County Resource Conservation District, the local NRCS office, worked with BLM and the Trust for Public Land to move about 20,000 acres of pretty intensively harvested lands from private industry into BLM management. It resulted in there's a sediment there. The Grass Valley Creek is really erodible. It's all decomposed granite, and the intensive uses that were going on that landscape were contributing to a lot of sediment being delivered to the Trinity River. So the BLM management of that has reduced that sediment loading, reforestation, that sort of thing, obliteration of roads that weren't needed. One of the things that they're proposing in this management plan is another special designation, which is called Areas of Critical Environmental Concern. The RCD actually nominated the Grass Valley Creek watershed for that designation in about 2001. But because they haven't updated their resource management plan, they haven't been able to implement that. That designation, again, gives special notice to that watershed and should be able to bring in extra funding to do management activities in the Grass Valley Creek watershed. In the early days, and Supervisor Gogan probably remember this, and Supervisor Carpenter Harris, was that they built a sediment dam, the Buckhorn Sediment Dam, to control sediment in the upper part of that watershed. That sediment dam now is getting pretty old and getting pretty full. It's going to need some management. They also excavated the Hamilton Ponds in the lower end of Grass Valley Creek. Those are no longer needed for sediment reduction, so they're restoring that, that reach of the river to more natural uses for fish. But that'll bring in extra funding again to do that. And one thing that I've learned in reviewing this document and talking to BLM, and this is my final comment, is that there's a provision that the federal agencies have to adhere to in their management plans. And it's a really important one for you as the decision makers for Trinity County on most natural resource issues. And that is that their resource management plan has to be consistent with locally adopted plans, ordinances, resolutions, and that sort of thing. And you have a wide range of actions that boards have taken in the past that we'll want to make sure that they don't forget that obligation for their plan to be consistent. A couple of examples. In the Grass Valley Creek watershed, one of the things that was done when that acquisition and transfer of ownership and management moved to BLM was the county adopted an ordinance for grading in decomposed granitic soils. It's not used all the time, but when it's a very powerful tool to help reduce sediment. That would mean if BLM is going to do work in that watershed, they need to be consistent with that ordinance. That would be an example. Others would be the Weaverville Community Forest has a strategic plan that was adopted in 2021, and they would need to be cognizant of that and be consistent with that. The county's Community Wildfire Protection Plan, another big document that they would then have to maintain consistency with. So if nothing else, I'm thinking that December 19th, one strategy would be you guys could review the letters from those other organizations and say thumbs up, but have your own letter to submit that would underscore the importance to the Board of Supervisors in the county of that consistency provision. And that's all I've got. If you got any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but you got a busy day.
Thank you
Yeah.
for all of your preparation and your foresight to bring this to us. Questions from supervisors?
No, just thank you very much, Pat. I appreciate it.
That's okay.
I do have one question for you
Sure.
regarding the consistency issue. Is that something that the document needs to be checked for consistency, or when they're walking out the plans contained within the document? We
Could you say that again?
certainly, regarding the consistency issue, would that be something that the 900-page document needs to be reviewed for consistency, or when they're walking out the implementation? of it?
More for the implementation.
Okay.
At implementation level, they would need to make sure that they're being consistent.
Understood. Thank you for
Okay,
that.
thank you.
All right.
Anything else?
I would like to say that if the board needs to work with you closer on this to review things, I would be more than happy to volunteer to look at that,
Sure.
to help develop the letter and what have you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Great.
that. Can we have consensus from the board to ask Heidi, kind of in a one-person ad hoc, to work with Pat on that letter?
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
I saw Dan nod gently. Got a thumbs up. All right, good. Thank you for
Okay,
that.
thank you very much.
Pat, I'm sorry, just one other question. Maybe it's for both you and Trent is with our newly established Natural Resources Division, do we have representatives from that part of our team participating in like these 3 meetings, or should we?
Should we? Yes. I'd have to check with David to see which ones he is specifically synced up with already.
Okay.
But this would be something that would fall in that general area.
Okay.
Great, thank you. That David Colbeck?
Yes.
Yeah, I can get with him, just let him know what's going on.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks again, Pat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pat.
All right, thank you. Item 1.2, receive an update from the U.S. Forest Service representative regarding matters of interest in Trinity County. We have with us Weaverville District Ranger Tara Jones. Tara, always nice to see you. Thanks for being here.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so I've got a few updates for you. Prescribed fire so far since the fire season ended, in October. We've managed to burn 645 acres here on the west side. Not quite to the pace that we're wanting to get to, but last year in total we burned 1,000 acres. So we're on pace to definitely get to that 2,500 acre to 3,000 acre benchmark we're trying to hit. So I appreciate the community's support of our prescribed fire program and really appreciate our employees and the efforts they're putting in along those lines. The other fuels work that's going on is we have a very large scale integrated resources service contract that's been underway and continues to operate. You'd see some of that work, some of the chipping that's been going on the 16 road up above Big Bar, as well as some fuels reduction work in the Forest Glen area. That work continues. In addition to some other contracts that we have, about 700 acres out in the Indian Valley area is under contract. The Kellogg fuel break has been underway and should be piled and ready to burn soon. And then we have plans to burn the Ewing little 40 to put some prescribed fire into that Ewing reservoir area over there near Hayfork. In timber, the Gemmel timber sale, it continues to be operating. So we're looking forward to getting that one buttoned up and completed. Also, we're working on a hazard tree contract with PG&E to get that wood, not only get the hazard trees mitigated, but get the wood out and removed from the National Forest System lands. Hiring, we continue to hire and to be successful. I'm very happy to report several of the people we've hired have moved into town, bought homes, and are settled in nicely. So really appreciate them becoming part of the community, and it's just a really good thing to see the office filling up to overflowing at some time. So we've probably hired in the last year just on the west side 25 folks. Some of those in Hayfork and some of them in Weaverville, and a few out of Reading. But of the 25 people that I spoke of, those are all on the west side, located on the west side. We are continuing to hire. The one area that we continue to struggle with hiring is in forestry and forestry technicians. So we're pursuing the Society of American Foresters SAF event. And there are jobs open right now on USA Jobs for a permanent front desk at Hayfork, so that we can keep that office open and have some consistency with a permanent staff there for front desk and visitor services. Let's see, meetings. You might find this hard to believe, but I have a lot of meetings and very productive ones. I'm getting more strategic, so many of our meetings are outside in the woods, so I can actually get out of the office. We met with the Fish and Wildlife Service. We took them out to High and Palm to look at that project with us on day one. And then on day two, took them over to Big Ranch to get a look at that. On the 7th, which is Thursday, we're taking them out to look at the Bowerman project and to look at the Highway 3 project, which is now known, just so you all know, as the North Trinity County Community Risk Reduction Project. So we will be up in the North Trinity County on the 7th. And then Supervisor, I always struggle to pick your name out, Lutweiler. Did I get it?
Yes.
Yes.
Very well.
Okay. We will be out with the Trinity County Collaborative on December 15th to look at that North Trinity County Community Risk Reduction. You're more than welcome to join us. Any of you can join us anytime, but you're certainly welcome. Stakeholder meetings. We will be having stakeholder meetings associated with the landscape coming up in January and February. That will be specifically tied to the Trinity County Wildfire Crisis Strategy landscape. We'll be looking to meet with multiple stakeholders, so Caltrans, PG&E, TPUD, the list goes on and on. So we'll meet with them and make sure that we have some good communications around priorities for getting this fuels reduction work done. Also I was really thrilled. We had a tribal partner field trip out to High and Palm, had some good attendance there and got some good support for that project from our tribal partners as well. So we're looking forward to that. Along the lines of partnership, we're increasing our involvement. I'm really excited. We're increasing our involvement with our local schools. I really want to thank Jamie Green. We are working together to get some of our folks in as guest speakers in their environmental studies class. And then also we're looking to actually partner with them on some implementation. So we're going to get them out looking at some trees, and they're looking at potentially getting some goats. And we're looking to work with them to put those goats to work on National Forest System lands and partnering with them. So I'm really excited about that and really appreciate Jamie Green for being such a good partner. Planning, we talked about High and Palm. High and Palm is expected to be completed, the planning effort, just the planning, between May 1st and June 1st, and then we'll switch to Big Ranch at that point. We continue to have some other work going on to have that ready to go. Bowerman is underway and should be completed by in the second quarter. And then just to let all of you know, there is the Shasta McLeod Management Unit, as you know, especially you, Supervisor Lutweiler, that 17 road, also called the IP road, is kind of the district boundary. And the Shasta McLeod Management Unit is planning a fuel break or fuel management treatment along that road. That information is available on our website, just to let you know that's up there. And then, as you all know, also Trinity Camps, which is being led by our Shasta Lake NRA team, is that project should be signed really soon and be implemented next summer. So we're looking next summer to be working on Bowerman, Trinity Camps, High and Palm, Pilot, Pettyjohn. All of those should be active next summer. So we're excited about increasing pace and scale and getting some of these acres treated. That is the bulk of what I have for you. I'm open for any questions. I do want to say, as we're nearing the end of the calendar year and getting into the holiday season, how much I appreciate the collaboration that with the board and with the county and with your natural resources department. We really are starting to move the needle and getting more work done on the ground in areas that are critical, not only to the national forest, but also to our communities. And without that public engagement, without your engagement, we wouldn't be nearly as effective. And it's past due, but I'm excited that we're getting that work done and that we're working together as well as we are. So I really want to thank you, that you know how much I appreciate your work and the collaboration with the Forest Service. All right, any questions for me? All right, with that, have a wonderful holiday season and thank you so much.
Thank you. You as well, Tara.
Quick, I've had the chance to go into your front office a couple times over the last like 3 to 4 weeks, and every time the person who greets me is delightful. Happy to see a Christmas tree in there with all lit up. So I just thank you for having that. I grew up in a Forest Service family, so it means a lot to me when the offices are happy and you go in and everyone's smiling. So good job.
Great, thank you so much. All right, take care.
Thank you. All right, we will now move into public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Is there any public comment in the room? Did you have some items to disperse?
Oh, well, that's actually for one of the items. I can do that now if you want.
If it's for an item later, that's fine. We'll save it till
Okay.
then, but thank you.
Yeah, no, this is sort of unrelated, different topic. My name is Nancy. I do have a home in San Diego and I have a second home here in Weaverville and have had it for over 10 years. I attended a planning commission meeting 2-3 weeks ago before Thanksgiving. And one of the topics on the agenda dealt with a lawsuit and a settlement. And the county council was not present. And I was like, wow, this is incredible. This was such an important thing to discuss. And there's only one sentence that was provided to the planning department director to share. And it seemed that the lawsuit, when I had looked it up beforehand, had been dismissed with prejudice, which means you can never retry it again. So I'm like, wow, why on earth are we like jumping through hoops to deal with this lawsuit? And it's like, how could this be? Well, it seems that there's a settlement agreement. Now, I've tried to address getting the paper.
I'm going to pause you for 1 second if I could. Ashley, would you pause your time? I'm thinking that your comments right now are pertaining to an upcoming item on our agenda. Am I mistaken?
No, you are. You are. It's leading up to I'm almost there. So basically what it deals with is the law firm and the fact that the county council was not there. And the fact that our council has, that our board of supervisors is getting advice. And I don't know, we should maybe look at why did we select this law firm? So can we possibly staff an attorney? And then we could sit there and say, well, okay, but that one person couldn't handle everything for the county. But we want to look at expertise. And I think one of the things that I've talked about is that, people go to school and get PhDs in astrophysics and they work on satellite systems. And then there are people that work in forestry. And I guarantee the forester that was just here probably has a PhD in forestry of some sort. And there's land use and there's environment and all these different things. And so the law is equally as specific. And I think what we really want to look at is the legal aspect of the advice that the county is getting. I'm always told the county's broke. I'm told there's a whole bunch of cliques in the county and there's so many different factions. And it's like, this county has such potential. Why is it broke? Well, maybe, and I was sitting there thinking, maybe what the issue is that it's the county council that couldn't show up at the planning commission. They sat there and they were like, well, we're supposed to pass this thing, but we don't have enough information to do it. But we're going to pass it anyway because we're supposed to pass it. And it's like, oh my word, this is crazy making because the county's broke. So we want to just say, we're going to approve it all. One guy had the brilliance on the planning commission to say, we don't have enough information. I'm voting no because county council's not here. And county council, and I think what we need to look at is, what is the expertise of the county council and law firm that is providing the board of supervisors, the planning commission, and all the other departments? I understand we have lawsuits for human resources. We have lawsuits for other reasons in this county. And maybe it's because we need to look at it and do a different paradigm shift. Could we look at hiring one person who basically is like the project manager, portfolio manager of all the legal aspects in the county? Has that person deal with online resources? 50% of our population is women. They're trying to raise kids. They want work-life balance. And attorneys, man, could you imagine a mom working for a law firm? And we could get all of that and we could use them remotely. They could log in like we have Dan right now on Zoom and support us at a much better savings, probably with all the expertise we need as a county.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room?
So Pat Frost, Trinity Center, and this time I'm up here as the chairman of the Trinity Center Community Service District Board. I wouldn't have even thought to come up here and bring this up in public comment, except before the meeting, I heard conversations about what about snowplows? And it reminded me that I have an agenda item on my board agenda for next Tuesday to consider an agreement with the county for snow plowing the fire station, but we haven't seen an agreement yet or a waiver of liability, whatever it is, and we're still waiting for that.
Thank you.
Morning, Jeff Morris, actually representing Trinity County Office of Education this morning. I was here for the general plan discussion that was advertised at 9 through Mintier and Associates. And I realized, we're covering former. I understand that the agenda rolls as it rolls, but it was pretty prominently advertised that discussion was going to start at 9 through the consultant. So just might be a scheduling issue for future reference in terms of how that's messaged out to the public.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And apologies for your time.
They did send out 2 emails.
And in those 2 emails, it specifically stated that the general plan discussion would take place at 9 a.m.
Well, it said the board would be hearing the matter and then stated 9 o'clock as
the
the
9
starting
a.m.
time
meeting.
of the meeting.
So we need to,
Yeah.
we weren't wrong. We need to be more specific
Right.
to accommodate
Yeah.
We
people.
can adjust that.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also I wanted to ask, I thought we dealt with the snowplow issue and finished that at a meeting several weeks ago.
We finalized all of the approvals. I think the understanding was that there would be some kind of a document required to be signed by the volunteer fire department authorizing the county to go in and do the work that we approved. And they have been, as Pat was relating to, they've been awaiting that paperwork. And so there's been some conversation on email between Trent and Panos and Carol as the fire department and so forth, trying to work through that.
Okay,
But we're trying to get it in time, as Pat said, for their meeting that's coming up so that they can review it, approve it, sign it, and get it back to us before the snows hit.
certainly. But you're aware and working it. Thank you for
Yep.
that. Okay. All right, continuing in public comment, is there any more in the room? Any on Zoom?
Veronica.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Veronica Kelly-Albies, Douglas City. I wanted to bring to your attention again that your planning commission needs better support and your planning staff. At the last meeting, staff had technical difficulties and it appears that maybe they need full access to your system, to Zoom meetings, better access to the recordings, because there's 0 recording from the last meeting on November 16th. But I'm watching the Planning Commission struggle at each meeting. Part of it is because County Council is not there. And I had brought it up before that they used to be there. There was a specific question asked by the Planning Commission to a staff member, and the staff member said, "Oh, I can't discuss that because it was in closed meeting." However, in your March meeting, County Council stated it's a public document that the settlement, and I was given a copy by the CAO's office. So it is a public document, but there's just loss of continuity going rampant at these planning commission meetings. The planning commissioners aren't getting maps and information and backup that I used to see for planning commissioners to make some well-informed decisions in planning for our county. The previous speaker in the room got up and said, yeah, that they said they had to pass it because they were supposed to. And that was exactly the feel of that whole meeting. And there was no guidance there to be provided by county council. And that seems like an important function for the operation of our county. Staff might need more help in being able to provide the backup that the planning commission makes. They're the bosses. They're the ones that need the information. Staff goes to them and says, here's what we have. And if they need more information, they should have the ability to access that. Or if they have a legal question, because there's a lot of missteps happening. If you've watched any of the planning commission meetings, there's usually at least one really on the line, some act violation. And so it would behoove the county and your commissioners who you have appointed to help lead and provide you information and their opinions, give them the tools they need. Give staff the tools they need. But it's essential that we get county council back in those meetings. We have general plan things coming up. Things should not be getting by the planning commission to you unless they know everything that they're supposed to be doing. And county council is the foundation for that sometimes. So I strongly encourage you guys to reach out to our county council office and have them assign someone to those planning commission meetings. As a resident, I think it's essential because I think it best protects not only the county, but my rights too as a resident to be able to participate in these meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right, thank you. With that, we will end public comment and move into reports and announcements. Number one, report from department heads. Are there any department heads in the room wishing to report out? Any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
We did receive several reports from department heads electronically, and I would imagine those are posted on our website for review by the public. So I appreciate those efforts. Thank you for that. Number two, report from our county administrative officer, CEO Tuthill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few things that I'd like to report out since our last meeting. First one is a water topic. So I previously reported on the 15th of August regarding a lawsuit against Westlands Water District, which was led by San Joaquin County with Trinity County as a participant. At the time, Westlands was appealing at the 5th Appellate District Court of California. On Thursday last week, 30 November, the California Supreme Court denied Westlands' petition for review. And this was a big victory, if you will, for this particular topic. This kind of culminated 4 significant wins in the trial court, at the trial court level, 4 significant victories at the 5th District Court of Appeals level, and then culminating with the Supreme Court upholding the same position of the lower courts. This topic was the basis of the letter that I had sent to the Secretary of Interior on November 8th, asking the Department of Interior to recognize the court decisions. There are still some ongoing court actions regarding attorneys' fees, and I'm confident Westlands will continue to fight the water contract issue, but this is a big win for water rights and for the preservation of the precious water of the Trinity River.
Nice.
So I'm very happy about that.
Thank you. And thank you for all of your efforts.
The next topic is Cops for Kids. So our Trinity County Probation Department is leading the Cops for Kids efforts this year. There's been some flyers put out on our website and in different venues and emails. I just wanted to push another public announcement for it. On the 16th of December, anybody can drop off unwrapped toys at the CVS parking lot from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. For our financial system backbone, which is called One Solution, you may have heard that term in different budgetary meetings. We're going through a big upgrade. Our current version will go out of service in early calendar year 2024. So the current version we are on is 16.2, and we need to be on version 22.2. So we're slightly behind. And if you could kind of envision this as an upgrade to your, your mobile device that you use, those are periodically updated for specific reasons. Sometimes it brings more capability, sometimes it brings a security patch, but there's reasons for those upgrades. So with this upgrade, we will get some more capabilities, but there's some of that that's unknown right now just because it's such a gap that we're having to upgrade. But our IT team has been working this diligently with all the other fiscal fiscal staff in the different departments that touch one solution, and I'm grateful for that. And just this week, we got the test environment established. So over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be doing that. We've been able to work with some folks above our account manager at Central Square, and we got a good timeline built to get us to this upgrade, which will be in early calendar year 24. This is a pretty big event for all of the fiscal staff, to include, the auditor, and to include the treasurer, tax collector, and to include everybody that, touches anything fiscal. So with this, there is going to be a little bit of a cost. It's unknown right now, because when we actually cut over to this new system, we will get credits based upon what we've already paid, throughout for our annual subscription, if you will. So early in 24, I will be coming back to the board with a budget adjustment on the specific topic, with details about it. This is just kind of to give you a heads up about that, and also to let you know, that staff and others are working through this upgrade, and I'm excited about what it will bring to us, the capabilities it'll bring to us. But we got to get there first. So that one should be happening in early 2024. A quick care court update. I know in the Behavioral Health Services Board update, Connie mentioned some care court implementation, and we did have a real good meeting with all the players associated with care court. But I also had a meeting. The 6 small counties had a meeting with Stephanie Welch, who is the Deputy State HHS Director, a couple of weeks ago, and we gave her feedback from a small county perspective. And this was counties like Trinity, but also counties like, Alpine, who have, 1,500 people in it. So the small counties, there's still a big range in there, but we were able to give her some real challenges and some real examples of, how this program is challenging to implement in some of these small counties from an administrative perspective. I don't know that we'll see a bunch of change there, but there's definitely an appreciation and an insight into the challenges a small county has, and we were able to get to a pretty senior level within the state, and that was fruitful, I believe. In the solid waste department, there is a number of updates that are posted on the solid waste county website under their update section, is regarding, transfer site times, residential route reminders, some holiday changes to routes and sites. So I just encourage, anybody who may have questions about that, or issues with anything associated with solid waste, to look at that update site, and all that information is in fact published there. The library, on the kind of operating hours theme and topic over the holidays, there is going to be some changes, in a few days of closure, if you will, to the library here, and those I have been working with the librarian, and I approve those, but there's some low times there, and they need to take some holiday time themselves, so there will be some time the library will be closed, but there's, again, announcements that have been posted. Any constituents or any, patrons that typically use the library will know what these hours are. On the employee recognition category, I'd just like to, put a nice positive note in for Kristen from our clerk recorder elections department. Had a very nice, note back from an individual who came in and had what, using their words, a very good overall experience. The individual, stated that, she was great. So it's always nice to get those type of employee recognitions. And then the last topic I have is I just want to publicly thank our General Services Department for leading the effort for the boardroom upgrades. We now no longer have a tripping hazard with our carpet out here. We no longer have a hazards with the old chairs that used to be in here. And I'm just very thankful for the efforts that they were able to put into this to include the painting, new blinds. And I'm coining this as phase one. Phase two, we're working with the Arts Council to get up on a rotating basis every 6 months, different artwork on the sides. We're going to get some nice artwork hangings, working with them on how to mount all that stuff. But that will be in early calendar year 24. And then phase three, like Tara was talking about, working with the schools. So been able to work with Jamie and Corey up at the school. And just this last week, I met with the high school wood shop and middle shop teachers. And they are grateful and excited to take on a project to update the podium and to put a nice county seal on that. And then make a big, like 4 foot by 4 foot county seal that we're going to put up behind this wall here. They're going to do it, both out of wood and metal. They've got some really high tech machinery there. It's going to be all 3D. It's going to be, one of the seniors' kind of projects, if you will. So we won't see that final product until probably closer to the end of the school year. But it is going to be a neat thing. Some of the students may come in here and actually participate and see kind of what the governance structure is, what happens in the Board of Supervisors, and because they're going to get some community credit, if you will, for helping out and for doing this. And I just want to, shout out to Jamie and Corey at the high school and all the teachers up there for, the collaboration that we will be undergoing, over the next few months. Really neat to work that with the students and teachers up there. And that is all I got for the board today. Thank you.
Thank you. Reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Frazier, we'll start with you.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I did attend CSAC in Alameda County since our last meeting. Some of it was beneficial. I feel like some of the time could have been better spent, but overall, I think it was a good experience. I did have a chance to meet with some supervisors from other counties and some good interaction there. Besides that, I have a meeting scheduled on December 8th with Kristen Lark, the district ranger for Mad River of the Forest Service, to discuss hazard trees in my district, still left over from 2020 along the county roads. So I'll have more update after I've met with her. I did not bring all my tablets with me, so I may be missing some stuff that I'll have to report out at our next board meeting. And just as a heads up, I may have to leave this meeting early because it's actually 1 o'clock here, and I have to get on an airplane. I have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, Virginia time. So I'll have to leave early if we go too late. Other than that, I think that's all I have to report today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Supervisor Lutweiler.
Thank you. Yes, I, as with others, I attended the CSAC meetings in Alameda County. We also had our CSAC board meeting during that session as well. So it was, as Supervisor Frazier said, there are definitely some sessions where you come away saying that was a really good use of my time. There were others where you thought, well, at least it gave me some time to think. So be it. But the board meeting was good. We elected some new people to committees and such, and I think we have a good representative for the rural counties on some of the things that we had been talking about. So that's all.
All right. Thank you. We'll pop down to the other end. Supervisor Carpenter-Harris.
I also attended CSAC. I intentionally went to the information opportunity regarding homeowners insurance and the costs and the impact that that's having on pretty much
everyone in rural California. I know that in my district, and I'm sure it's true for the whole of Trinity County, people are struggling desperately to pay for their homeowners insurance, and we're losing home sales due to that. So it was highly informative, and I did bring home some. I'll put one of these over here so you can look at that. It's an opportunity for you to seek some of the help that may be available through the state for the reduction in costs, and then let you know everywhere that you can get a price reduction for actions taken in terms of fuels reduction and different things around your home. The state is working hard with the insurance providers to try to lower those costs, but as all of us know, we're living in a time of heavy inflation, and it just costs more to restore something than it did last year and the year before that and the year before that. And because insurance companies cannot insure more than they can recover, they're just reducing their cover. They're reducing how many people they can cover because the cost of each one of those coverages goes up. So there's a lot of reasons why. However, those reasons why are excruciatingly painful for those of us who are living under that increase. And I feel for you. My insurance went up to $10,000 a year. So that's an additional almost $800 a month that's added to my personal life. So I really understand the situation that we're in. I also had the opportunity to tour the port there in Oakland. That was fascinating. Really, really eye-opening about how much California exports from our own productivity. I am an advocate for agriculture, as much as most of you probably know, but it was just fascinating to hear how much food is shipped out of our state to the world. It was amazing. In addition to that, I attended some of the rural California meetings, and I'm always grateful for those committees because they fight hard, speaking into state and federal issues surrounding the folks that live in rural counties. So that was good. Attended some other, our fire safe council meetings and different things. I went to one in Willow Creek, looking at all of the finances that are coming down to help support that kind of inter-county region between Burnt Ranch to Willow Creek and down into Hoopaw, the work that's going to be done in fuels reduction. There was a lot of people there, which makes me really happy because that means more people are becoming aware of the role that individual landowners can play in protecting ourselves against wildfire damages. Also, the Sawyer Wayside Chapel turned 100 years old this year. So we had a celebration in the community to celebrate 100 years of the doors never being closed on that small church on the wayside. So that was really fun. A lot of people came to that, and that was a good event. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Gogan.
Yeah.
All right. I also attended CSAC with the rest of the supervisors. It's always nice to be there and talk to some of the other supervisors and to realize that most of the smaller counties that you talk to are going through some of the same problems we are. We're not unique to the problems that we have here. So it's kind of nice to see that we all struggle with certain things. And it's always good to talk to other supervisors from other counties and just to get their insight on what they're doing and how they do things. So CSAC always is a good meeting to go to. I think sometimes we get lost being a small county with all the other supervisors of very large counties, but there's always something good to take away from that meeting. So I appreciate attending it. I know Ashley can't speak today, but she did a great job there. She attended every day, every class. Did a great job. The other thing that I want to say is it can't be overstated, the Court of Appeals denial of the Westlands Water District. It's a huge win for Trinity County. I know Trent said it in his remarks, but it's something that I've been working on for a long time. Trent's been working on for a long time also as CAO, and prior to that. This is the biggest win we've ever had as a county against the largest water district in America. This could turn out to be, by the time things are said and done, $1 billion lawsuit that Trinity County will be a big part of. So, this has been a long time, a long time coming, and I'm glad that we finally got to the highest office in the land and they denied their appeal. A huge win for Trinity County. So I'm thankful for everybody that contributed to that win. And that is all I have.
All right, thank you. Okay. First of all, Trinity First 5. At our November board meeting here, I reported out that we had put out an RFP for a new executive director, that had been released, submissions had been received, and interviews had been slated for December 14th and 15th. And so I am very pleased to announce that there was an exceptionally favorable candidate. We extended a contract that was accepted. And so I'm not exactly sure what that start date ends up being, but very soon that individual will be ready to be introduced to the public. And that's a huge win. So second, Brendan Finn is the transportation engineer for the Caltrans Department of Traffic Safety that CEO Hill and I have been working with regarding safety in our crosswalks here in Weaverville. So I'm going to just read the update he gave me regarding the specific crossing of Highway 3 and 299. I'm trying to figure out the best long-term solution and funding mechanism for that. Unfortunately, it was not as straightforward as a process as hoped. He says, I'm still looking into a solar-powered rapid flashing beacon on the 299 crossing as the preferred solution, because we could get it without a major project or needing to dig. The issue with those is that they have a 3 to 5 year lifespan, would require some tree clearing to gain optimal sun exposure, and typically come standard per the manufacturer, so that customization, like painting of the pole that we had requested, could it be painted green like our other poles, would have to be performed in the field. He says, sorry for all the details. I just wanted you to know that we are working on this and trying to provide Weaverville with the best possible safety equipment where possible. So I wanted you to have all those details as well. NorCal EMS, at the November 9th meeting, our board appointed Brooke Instminger. She is a Trinity County resident. She is a STAR ambulance emergency responder. She was appointed to the board of directors. So congratulations to Brooke. And I just want to thank her for all of her service, both in the field and now as a member of the NorCal EMS board. Trinity County Fire Chiefs Association, I attended that meeting as well. Supervisor Lutweiler was on his travels. So very fun to get to report out. Senator McGuire has again come through for Trinity County. State funding for countywide fire departments in the amount of $1.5 million has been provided, and the chiefs have identified their 3 categories of need and are now working out the details of those specific funding requests. So that is exciting and needed and appreciated. November 14th was my final disaster council meeting for this year. I wish to publicly thank Philip Simi and Mike Katani for their diligent efforts to coordinate this critical collaborative group, along with participants from each of the respective participating agencies. The work that they do in coordinating trainings, sharing information, analyzing procedures, and looking for ways to heighten response to public safety is needed, valued, and deeply appreciated. I have very much enjoyed watching them work together for the good of all, and wish to acknowledge all of those important contributions. November 16th, I met with Weaverville District Ranger Terry Jones, as you heard her update this morning. For this meeting, she and I meet monthly. I included Trinity River Lumber Company management and invited them to join us. She gave all the details. I just want to recognize her because she is working diligently on a multi-year phased plan to incrementally increase the number of board feet of fuel in timber that is being removed from the landscape. Not only does this work toward fire resiliency meet goals, but it also seeks to send more trees to local industry. And I appreciate Tara for that forward thinking and the efforts that she is providing there. PSA 2, I was not able to attend that meeting. There was a death in my family and needed to be out of state for those services. But I do know that we do still need to fill a seat on that advisory board. So if you or you know of anyone who would enjoy speaking into observed or experienced needs of our aging population, this is a very impactful way to do that, and those needs do get heard, and it does move the needle, and it is a way to see efforts, your efforts met with action. Then to let you know that Ted Hill and I have been in continued conversation with the Senator's office and beyond as we endeavor to address our housing needs, so that's not lost on us. And then RCRC meeting is tomorrow, so I'll have updates from that area on the 19th, and that is the end of my report. Moving on now to reports from our one remaining ad hoc, which is our cannabis ordinance update. Supervisor Litwiler.
Yes, the ad hoc group met last week to discuss next steps and an updated timeline. Staff will be extending the timeline to allow sufficient time to work on all the proposed changes resulting from the first round of public meetings. A second round of public workshops is planned with time to incorporate changes prior to submission to the Planning Commission. The Cannabis Division staff will be producing an updated timeline that will be shared on their website. So basically just making sure that we keep taking a look and seeing all the changes that seem to be supported based on the input that we received, and allowing sufficient time for that to be considered, conveyed, shared back with the public, and get one more round of feedback before it gets to the Planning Commission. And we're just trying to make sure we do it right rather than fast, so the timeline is adjusting.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor, do you have anything to add?
I have nothing to add. I missed that meeting, so I wasn't there.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. So is there any public comment in the room on any of the consent items?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Belanco, Douglas City. I'd like to pull item 3.14 because I like the concept of pie. I think we are going in the wrong direction here. This is the North State Major Investigative Team and the Central Valley, California High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Memorandum of Understanding. I remember when I was in college, there was a bumper sticker that I used to laugh at that said, "Bad laws make bad cops." I think you could put a new one that says, "Bad grants make even worse cops." This puts the wrong focus on our law enforcement. We get performative acts like we saw in the raids in May. We are lucky that it was a dog that was shot. We don't need that kind of attitude between law enforcement and our community. Whatever high intensity is purported to exist is not present in Trinity County anymore. We can have more effect with a letter, buying some ink for a laser printer and sending out letters and code enforcement than we can with raids. Siskiyou County views the issue, particularly of cannabis, very different from ours. They have a very different relationship with their Hmong community than we do here. The participants in this belie the intensity of the Central Valley. It's Siskiyou, Trinity, Wairika Police Department, and Mount Shasta. It's not Redding, no Shasta County in there. I know our sheriff needs all the grant funding they can get. This is an ONDCP opportunity. It is the wrong use of our resources. I'd like to see this at the best put into a county matters calendar so we could discuss it, see what the sheriff is really intending to do with these funds and this energy, and does it serve our county purposes? Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other public comment in the room, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Right, that we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisors, do you have items to pull? Okay, we do need to, Ashley, help me out. Yes, we're pulling item 3.6 as we had a change to those minutes that is significant enough that we need to identify that and vote on that separately.
So we're
And
pulling 3.6.
we are pulling 3.6. And let's pull 3.14 for discussion.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I would entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar minus 3.6 and 3.14.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar, pulling item 3.14 and 3.6.
I will second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris and a second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, and then on item 3.6, the minutes on the June 20th meeting under public hearings, solid waste, item 4.1. There was a significant change to that. It now reads, conducted a public hearing and did not receive any protest regarding the number of units charged to residences or businesses for the solid waste annual parcel fees, no action taken. And then it lists the comments that were received from the solid waste director and a member of the public. And so there was no action taken, and that was what was different from what was originally presented. So with that, if they're open this for public comment, is there any in the room? Okay, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as amended.
Thank you. Motion from Supervisor Leutwiler. I'm sorry, Supervisor Frazier.
I'll second.
And a second from Supervisor Wheeler. Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, with that, you could pull the board.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye, thank you. Right. And then moving over to item 3.14. Ratify the sheriff's signature on the memorandum of understanding with North State Major Investigation Team, Central Valley, California High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area to significantly diminish the availability and use of illegal drugs, reduce and prevent violent crimes in the NSMIT's area of responsibility, and apprehend the responsible offenders, thereby increasing public safety with an unknown fiscal impact. And moving to that one, Sheriff Saxon's name is the contact. Sheriff, are you on the line?
He is not online. He is at the California State Sheriff's Association conference this week.
Okay.
So I knew he wouldn't be here. So depending upon, the discussion and the direction from the board, we can proceed as directed.
Okay.
Is there time sensitivity to this being given in permission to?
No.
All right, with that, are there any questions of board members on the item? Probably not that can be answered since the sheriff isn't available.
Probably not. If the desires of the board are to, pull this and have real discussion on it, I would recommend we just put it on a county matters agenda item for the 19th.
Okay. All right. So that is our staff recommendation. With that, I will open this to public comment. Is there any in the room? And any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right. Is there consensus among the board to move this to a county matters item on the subsequent agenda?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Right. Supervisor Frazier?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. With that, that would be direction to staff to move this to a county matters item on December 19th. Thank you. All right. All right, moving now into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. And when we get down to planning and zoning, we will change the order. We will hear 4.9 first, 4.7 second, and 4.8 third. And again, if you're following along with your electronic version, you're going to see some discrepancy between those item numbers. It's going to look like 8, 9, 10, and it's really 7, 8, 9. No fault to our county deputy clerk of the board. It's a software issue that messes with us. Is there any other request to change the order of any of the other items? All right, hearing none. Item 4.1, approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 23-24 for County Audit Department 1101, increasing services and supplies by $30,000. And approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 23-24 for Contingency Department 9901, decreasing provisions for contingency by $30,000. Increase in general fund appropriations in the amount of $30,000. Current contingency balance is $497,180. And from our auditor's office, Christine Gaffney, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Does anyone have any questions I can answer on this agenda item?
All right, looks like
We're
we're
good?
under control with
Okay.
the good backup you put in our data.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
All right, with that, we will open to public comment. Is there any in the room? Any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, close public comment, bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
Thank you.
I will second that.
Thank you. Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Cannabis, item 4.2, adopt a resolution authorizing State of California Cannabis Equity Grant Funding, fiscal impact unknown. Equity grant solicitation for fiscal year 23-24 enables the County of Trinity to apply for up to $3 million. And for this item, we have our Cannabis Division Director, Drew Plabani, I assume is on Zoom. Right, do we have our Planning Director on Zoom? Right, we will refer this item to our
Be en
CAO.
route. Yeah. Well, they may be en route. I might have to ask for a 5-minute break.
Okay, that sounds good. It is 10:16. We'll take a break until 10:21. But I'm not the person you want to ask.
Huh?
I'm not the one you want to ask. All right, we are back in session. Thank you for that little break so we could get people on board. We are in County Matters, Cannabis, item 4.2. We have read the item into the record and are ready for planning or cannabis staff to introduce and give explanation to your item. Good morning, Director Plavani. Nice to see you.
Morning, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. Jill, did you already introduce the item before we went to recess? Okay, so before you is item 4.2. The request is that you adopt an updated resolution authorizing the state of California Cannabis Equity Act grants funding. And so a lot of the documentation and backup is mostly unrelated to the primary request, which is just to approve that updated resolution. Basically, I provided, and it was an attempt to kind of give you the backstory in terms of what's happened over the last year since we, first approved the equity program, then following that applied for grant funding. The grant funding request was denied. The reason being that it was determined by GoBiz that the eligibility criteria were excessively inclusive or overly broad. And so that letter that's included in backup, which I believe was dated May 10th, from GoBiz staff clarifies the eligibility criteria. And so one of the things that we've done, along with having a significant number of discussions with GoBiz staff and DCC staff regarding the equity process, was to essentially use the DCC's equity fee relief form, which we've modified for Trinity County and included into the program manual. The other changes to the program manual are essentially to remove the eligibility criteria that were determined by GoBiz to be overly broad. So we've removed from eligibility criteria A, the TAA lawsuit and small license type, and then all of the eligibility criteria B were removed as well. And so now what you see in the updated program manual under eligibility criteria are essentially the existing language that was approved in the original program manual, and then a little bit more clarity taken from that equity fee relief form to just give more clarification related to how those eligibility criteria would be met.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
It's Nance in her pants, mugging him from the back.
I did have one question, Drew. I think I shared online, but I don't remember if I copied you in on it. I thought I remembered when we didn't get approved the last time that I read that in the past they would award however many millions of dollars and it was just yours. But going forward, like this year and going forward, it would require matching funds for anything over 500,000. Is that still the case, or did I misunderstand that?
So that was my understanding previously. The solicitation for fiscal year 23-24 was released in October of this year, and that clarified that looking at the 22-23 solicitation, it made reference to the fact that we were going to be capped at 500,000 or above 500,000 require one-to-one funds matching, and that was basically pushed to the following fiscal year, so to fiscal year 24-25, clarified in that October updated solicitation for the grant program.
So this is our one last year to get unmatched funds.
Correct.
And the following year, if we pursue it, then we would have to match dollar for dollar over that 500,000 unless they push it again.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Frazier, did you have any questions? You good? Okay. All right, thank you. And with that, we will open public comment. Is there any in the room?
Morning, Chair, Supervisors, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I really appreciate staff bringing this back. It was kind of a sad failure of the initial attempt. I'm glad we've got a staff who's paying enough attention to stick within the guidelines provided by the state. I just want to make note that the Senator Bradford from Los Angeles successfully ran a bill last year to guarantee the tax allocations to the equity program at large at $15 million annually. So this pot will continue to exist. And also to note that this money comes from the taxes collected on cannabis sales at the final sale at retail. So 99.999% of what's grown here in Trinity County, some may end up here at the store in Weaverville, but it's all sold out of the county. And so that money is not available to us otherwise. So I think it would be very prudent to move forward with this program and try and drag some of that money back into our county that's generated by businesses in our county, ultimately. My one concern, I spoke briefly with staff about this, and I just want to make sure it's out there, is that other counties, I'm in the Ordinance Council, we're a conglomeration of 6 regions. We all track each other's programs really closely. Some of the other regions have gotten themselves stuck behind not being able to allocate that money expediently enough and finding themselves ineligible for the next year's round of funding. So whatever flexibilities are necessary to make sure that whatever money we do get is able to be expended to the program applicants, I think is essential. So I've read through the program. I understand it. I thankfully got to talk with Drew a bit, understand it even better now. So I just want to make sure that flexibility is built in so the money can be expended readily. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no, oh, sorry.
Hi, Lisa Wright. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Certainly am in support of you supporting this grant application. I was just checking with staff, and from a DCC equity waiver perspective, 17 out of 17 of the last renewals that we applied for, FLORA, for our clients for DCC equity waivers were approved. So it's something that can be very impactful to the farmers. And what I really like about taking equity in this approach for local jurisdiction is that that you're going to get those funds from the farm, well, not from the farmers, but that the farmers would have otherwise had to pay. So it's an assured revenue stream for you as well. Whereas now some of the farmers are on their renewals local are like, hey, I don't have the money right now. I'm gonna have to wait, a few months. But with that program and the approach you're taking, I think is the best way to do it. Match it to the DCC equity, get those fees paid for the local farmers, and also it benefits our program with the assured revenue. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, now seeing no other movement in the room, is there any public comment on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
I move to approve as presented.
I will second.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Gogan. Any discussion? All right.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right, thank you. Item 4.3, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 17.43 pertaining to commercial cannabis cultivation regulation, fiscal impact unknown. Director Plabani.
Good day again, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. I'll give a brief summary of this item. Essentially, on November the 16th, we took this item to the Planning Commission, and they approved this item with the requested addition of of essentially the 530 license cap that was previously in the type 3 section. When we went through and proposed these changes, we thought it would make sense to remove any erroneous or sort of confusing references. And so that was taken out of the type 3 section just simply because it didn't pertain to type 3 licenses. It pertains to the total number of licenses for the whole program. And so as a result of, sort of stepping back a bit further, as a result of a settlement that was entered into by the county, staff was directed to prepare updates to this ordinance to create a path forward for the stacking of medium licenses. In the discussion, there are the specific changes to section 1743, 010, 020, 030, and 040 that were presented to the Planning Commission and are before you for your consideration today. I can give you, more specific sort of background on how we got here, or if you have technical questions, of course, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you. Are there questions of board members? All right, hearing no questions of the board, we will thank you for the introduction and open this to public comment. Comment in the room?
I'll open it up. Adrian Keys from Hayfork again. Coming from the Trinity County Ag Alliance perspective, we did a lot of analysis on this, found some things we found to be problematic. The one that is really sticking with me is the allowance of more than 1 acre per parcel and its conflict with the EIR is written. EIR does briefly analyze stacking, but it has a hard cap at 1 acre per parcel in the environmental analysis. It doesn't matter. It doesn't state anywhere in the EIR. It's not analyzed regardless. It says over 50 acres, but it doesn't in any other place say over 50 acres and or otherwise or any of that. So I'm pretty concerned about that. I know we've got more than one group in the county who has previously either sued or threatened to sue over the EIR. So I'm concerned about that. I also believe that it creates a perverse incentive to create this ordinance for a single individual based on a lawsuit, especially when what appears to be the linchpin of that lawsuit remains to be an unsettled issue for the county. It just opens the door for further litigation for basically any reason, using the same tool that was used in the Carlson lawsuit. The way that this is drafted also we find does not benefit any but one single individual existing license holder in the county. So it in itself, the use of the funds, the use of the staff time, all of those things themselves seem to be just continuing the same conflict that we already have with the use of funds in the county. Not only does it create a perverse incentive and a clear incentive to litigate the county, but it also perpetuates the very cause of that litigation. So I think that's somewhat foolish. I would ask to vote no on this. Whatever the mess is that has caused this to become, the results of that settlement isn't going anywhere without being directly addressed. And so I think it would be extremely wise to vote no on this, avoid a potential conflict with the environmental impact report, and just clean up the mess that exists that passing this ordinance would do absolutely nothing to address, or this revision to the ordinance, I should say. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We just want to move it along, please, if the next person would go ahead and come. If not, I'll close it in the room. Okay.
Good morning, board. Dana from Hayfork. I find it almost pathetic that the board would agree up to this point to settle in a case like this. I think the advice from legal counsel is probably to show a position of strength somehow, but I really think it's a position of weakness and fear. If what you're concerned about is what has already happened, that's history and I don't understand the settlement. And if you're scared of how our cannabis dollars were spent, it's already happened. So how's this settlement going to change what was already done years ago?
if like I don't see how this settlement will prevent that from coming out. So why make this deal if that's already, you're already exposed? You're not stronger for making this deal. I think you're more exposed.
Thank you.
Okay, you have the highlighted version. I did initially write something. My name's Nancy. Hi. I like what Rick said, right rather than fast. That's a great comment. And what this is railroading something through. Planning Commission, we already said, the legal counsel wasn't there. They had no clue what they were approving, but they were told to do it to avoid a lawsuit. And as you just heard earlier, you're about to get a whole flood of them because you're doing this is for one individual. Now, it is not addressing a new section on stacking. The existing county obligation related to stacking certain license types. This is a change to the type 3 1 acre license. There are only 15 currently slots open. I happen to have one of them. And I'm just going to say that the rewrites in this take away my priority of processing. I've been waiting since 2020. I have 2 documents saying I'm going to Planning Commission for approval. I have not gotten to Planning Commission. I keep being told my license is now stale. I was the first one in the state clearinghouse. Not going to talk about me now because this is really more about this decision. You cannot railroad it. I highlighted sections. You guys had the email. This obligation created by a settlement agreement from a lawsuit from a person who sued the county. Okay, you don't have to approve this. What you can do is you can say, we're going to change this. You can do it right now. If you have to address stacking, you say basically this: the county does not allow stacking cultivation licenses other than those already allowed by type of cultivation license, specialty, cottage, small or medium, or allowed via a micro business. You put the section 4 point, whatever it is, XXX, and say stacking, what did I say? Stacking of cannabis licenses / permits. That's all you have to write. You've met the legal obligation. I haven't seen the settlement. That's another thing. Why didn't we? And then I've even said, if you look on page 3 of what I gave you at the bottom, if the county wants to allow this, it isn't even financially done right. If you're going to do stacking, address it for the county as a whole. So don't sneak this in. Don't say we're not going to read it, because if you look at, you're modifying the ordinance. Why are we wasting time doing this whole ordinance update on cannabis? Why are we railroading it through? We're supposed to do one ordinance, do all the cannabis updates, and then have you guys approve it at the Planning Commission, and then you approve it at the board level. That's not what's happening. You're sitting here piecemealing. You're creating more problems. Do not piecemeal this. Do not approve this. If you have to address stacking to do your legal obligation, do what I said. You meet the obligation, and then look at the fact that the cost, you could stack and do one medium type. I have all the costs on it. If you look at your document, you actually would make $52,000 more with my method of stacking than you would if you did the one that was planned to try to say do 4 1 acres. Do you realize that's 174,240 square feet of mature cannabis plants? And oh, by the way, in addition to that, you get an equivalent of the same immature.
Thank you for your comments.
Sorry.
Appreciate it. All right, anyone else in the room? Okay, thank you.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tom Belanco, Douglas City. I think this is a well-written segment. It does what it needs to do. On the EIR issue, Mr. Hammer and I have spent too long of our life on section 2.1.4 of the EIR entitled Stacking Multiple Licenses on a Single Parcel. It is in there. It is short, but brevity is the soul of wit sometimes. Long story short, it says licenses in the county are subject to the mitigations in the EIR and in state law and regulations. So there would not be any significant impacts provided those considerations are adopted. That's important not just for this amendment, but as we get back into the discussion next year with the ad hoc about how we do a broader example of stacking. It's not something that says, oh, we got to recirculate an amendment to the EIR. It's in the EIR. This is contemplated. So stacking is something we could do. I appreciate, I first came to Northern California working on forest issues and regulation. And I'm glad the forest needed protection. It is unfortunate that it was the small loggers and small timber operations that bore the brunt of that regulation. And we had a devastating impact on the economies of Northern California. The Blue Ribbon Commission that kind of developed the cannabis regulations we're all operating under now took that experience and I think went to great lengths to say, let's keep mom and pop small farm operations viable. And I think that's a good thing. At the same time, we can't deny that consolidation is economics. There are bigger operations. Economies of scale make sense in certain applications. Big cannabis is not coming here to the extent we have people here who can compete. It doesn't make sense to have work crews drive all over the county so they can go to different parcels and pull tarps on different parcels when they could do it on the same parcel. It saves gas, saves time. It does make sense. So I'd like to see you approve this and get this done and focus on a broader aspect in the spring with the rewrite. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Okay. All right, we'll close it in the room and open to Zoom.
Amanda?
Hi, thanks for taking the time. My name is Amanda Berger, Junction City. I think that the allowance of more than 1 acre per parcel is in conflict with the EIR. And there's community concern about more litigation if the county approves this. So I encourage you to make the decisions that benefit the whole county, both economically as well as the environmental impact, and would request to vote no until an EIR could encompass the full environmental impacts of stacking licenses on a single. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I don't think there's any better example of special treatment. And I think almost anything I've seen before, either the Planning Commission or the Board of Supervisors. And I echo Adrian's and Amanda's comments regarding the EIR. We do like to touch our toe on that fine line sometimes. I think it's better to err on the side of caution with this. And stacking, the way this is presented, could allow for a disproportionate allowance of the 530 licenses that we have as a totality for one person to be held by one entity. We keep moving towards getting more in alignment with the state. Why are you not looking at creating a large license option, such as the state introduced this year? It costs more money, but that's kind of your job. And we put that in your lap to say, how can we best bring this economic opportunity to Trinity County? And at the same time, support this industry that's growing within our county. Obviously, this is a entity that has a large amount of land. Why are we not looking at creating a large license? And it might be because the EIR still needs to be updated to encompass that, because this is something new. But this is very, very pinpointed for one person to settle a lawsuit. And I think everything you've heard about this sets a dangerous precedent. And I don't think it should be allowed. I think it needs better understanding. I think stacking as a whole needs better guidelines, better understanding, better support by our EIR and our community as a whole. So I recommend that you say no to this. Maybe look at a large license option for this individual to help satisfy their need to grow larger. But there are implications in many arenas with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Daryl?
Hi there, it's Daryl Davis over here in Junction City. And I'd like to start out saying that I am a license holder, and heading into this day, I'm kind of confused, but it sounds like it's what I've been hearing is that this action you're about to take is only going to, well, how many people or how many license holders does this even affect? Or how about this? How many license holders does this neglect? Would be the better a question, because I heard almost all of them. So is this a stacking ordinance? It doesn't one bit sound like it. Do you guys have plans to actually do a stacking ordinance if this passes? Or is this it? And as a license holder, to be so confused with this situation is, this is really bizarre. We kind of saw this coming. I don't think this is a way to scapegoat what has already happened in the past that you can't get out of. I don't think this is proper. Most of us, a lot of us just recently got our licenses back. Now you're going to create an opening where it sounds like we could be sued again. Please really think about this. That's about all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I agree with the previous commenters. This seems to be, I know you're considering this because it seems to be a quick, cheap, easy fix to what is a very complex problem that the county has been able to avoid really dealing with in a comprehensive way since the beginning of the program, and that is the compliance with Prop 26. And this, even if you're able to settle this current lawsuit, what you would be doing by approving this is absolutely encouraging further litigation and putting the county in a seriously risky position. And it seems that this would be the granting of a special privilege when we're doing lot line adjustments or rezones or variances. You can't do so if it's the granting of a special privilege. And since this would only affect one licensee within the entire county, I think it could be seen as granting special privilege. It's something else to avoid. I would encourage the county to not approve this here today, but to really do the hard work to clean up the financial side of our program, especially pertaining to Prop 26 compliance. And the sooner they do that, the better. This could be not just perpetuating a problem, but possibly making it worse. And like I said, putting the county at further risk. So I want to encourage a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork. I apologize, I got on the meeting a little late here. So if I talk about some things that were already covered, I apologize. But I would urge you today not to pass this ordinance amendment. I agree that this is a special privilege. It just benefits one licensee. The Planning Commission hearing was honestly a little embarrassing. It didn't seem independent. Several of the commissioners seemed like they thought that they had to approve and move forward the ordinance amendment. And it just didn't really seem impartial. They didn't have all the information. Legal counsel wasn't present. Members of the public had more information about what was going on than the commissioners did. So again, I would urge you not to pass this today. As the previous speaker mentioned, this really seems like you're playing whack-a-mole. You're trying to push down one risk for the county while others are emerging. It really does seem like there are CEQA issues that are going to arise with this ordinance amendment. This activity isn't covered in the program EIR, and as the program participants, we don't want to have to pay for more EIR work for this special privilege for one licensee. The staff report states that all 15 slots for these 1 acre licenses are taken. So I'm not sure, how these extra 3 licenses would be granted. The ordinance does mention that 15 more medium licenses can be added if the environmental document supports that, which it doesn't right now. It's not even analyzed in the document. So then, this is coming back to the program participants again. Are we going to be the ones that are going to be paying for that in the end? I sure hope not. So I urge you to deny this today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right. With that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Would someone care to make a motion?
We need to make a motion for discussion.
We do.
Let me think how to word it. I'll make a motion that we deny this for the purposes of discussion. With the proper wording.
It's fine.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion.
There seems to be a pretty well-rounded concern about the fact that county council was not present at the planning commissioners meeting and that they didn't have enough information. When I take notes from public comment, I try really hard to review back and look for the similar outcry, if you will, that runs like a stream through each person. And when you have this many people concerned about that, I think it deserves to be discussed. So can county council let us know why no one was there, or what is your take on that?
I've reached out to our office to find out why no one was there. If that was the case, sometimes we're told we don't need to be there or that there's not something significant on the planning commission agenda, but I've reached out, and if I get an answer, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Will that answer come today?
I don't know, hopefully.
Chair, if I may, I'll give the blunt answer is county council is not on contract to attend planning commission meetings. We may not like that, but that's what the current contract is. Sometimes we have asked them to attend planning commission meetings via Zoom or in person if there's a controversial item on there. They have attended, during my tenure here, they've attended one other planning commission meeting that I'm aware of where there was a very very important and potentially controversial appeal being heard. And they did provide some support there. There was some discussion about attendance at this one. There were some schedule conflicts with some other training that county council members were at during this particular PC meeting. So, you know, there may not be an answer that everybody likes, but that's the facts that I can present to you as far as why they weren't at this particular PC meeting.
Did you have something to add?
I just also wanted to add that I think Trent summed it up quite well, but that I did make a request the week of the planning commission meeting for them to be there. But given that this decision related to the settlement was authorized by the board, in my discussions with council, there wasn't really much that they could add to the discussion. So I recognize that perhaps the public feels as though there wasn't enough information provided, but that is the information that we all have collectively as far as public and staff, you know, aside from whatever closed session discussions happened during the settlement discussions and whatnot.
Okay, thank you for that.
That is true. Thank you. That actually helps me remember. He did reach out via email. I believe we were at the Cal Pelro conference. So that was a staffing issue. We weren't present in the area for it.
Sure. And from your perspective, it would have been a request, not a contractual obligation.
Correct. We try to accommodate those when we can, but that's correct.
Understood. Thank you. Okay. Were you finished, Supervisor Carpenter-Harris, or did you have something further?
For right now, yeah.
For now. All right. Well, trying to give deference, but happy to jump in. I would say from my perspective that I would have to say that what is easy and what is best are not always the same thing. In my opinion, this doesn't constitute thoughtful land use planning. I don't like the fact that I guess I can only speak from my planning commissioner, but maybe I can speak from the perspective of my lens on the commission as a whole. I don't, and it's disappointing that I can't look back at the meeting and actually see what happened. So what I have is hearsay, and that can be dangerous. Understood, but the understanding I do have leaves me in a space where I like commissioners to be able to ask their questions in full and receive answers in full. And in a situation where we're dealing with something that has portions that are closed session, confidentiality covered, I can understand that can be difficult. It still does seem, though, that what I would like is for our planning commission to be able to act as a planning commission where their job is to deal with land use. Their job is to look at the codes and the overall picture of how all of that meshes together and make those decisions in the way they feel they should. And if the board overrides that for any reason, then that's how my understanding the process works. But to have them extend isn't the right word, to be left in a space where it seems like there's an expectation of a rubber stamp. I don't like us going that direction. So whatever pieces of this lend to that, or if my understanding is wrong and they don't, that's a general opinion of mine to whatever degree it does pertain. I do believe as well that the job of governance is to make decisions based on the good of the whole more than the good of the few or the one. And these decisions can be enormously challenging, enormously difficult when there are multiple pieces to be dealt with. These are not easy decisions, I will say that, but for me, that's what I'm reminded, is that our job is to deal with the good of the whole. And that's just wise governance. Those are my comments for now.
I will echo, it is very concerning to hear the way in which the the planning commission meeting is described. I echo what you were saying, is that we need to count on them to be able to act independently and based on what they're charged to do. And then, as you said, the board can do what they will do, but at least we are benefiting from that independent review and input from the people that are charged with doing good land use management on our behalf. So I echo that concern, and certainly something that we can follow up on regardless of this particular situation. I think we just need to make sure that that message is well received, understood, and supported. So we'll have to take that on as a separate matter. And I do note that oftentimes when we're considering a matter that's related to this industry, the input is there's always mixed input, but that mixed input is often from, I'll say, two sides, whereas this is almost all sides saying the same thing. And that same message is, as stated in the public comments, many reasons why this is perceived poorly, as well as considered as not representing what is best for either the county or the participants in the program. So just sharing back what as Heidi was saying, what I took from what I was hearing.
Supervisor Frazier, oh, I'm sorry. Did you have something, Supervisor Kogan? Okay,
Go ahead,
Supervisor Frazier, go ahead.
I guess I'm unmuted out.
Yes.
I do have some concerns about the planning commission aspect. I didn't get to watch the meeting either, so I don't know exactly what happened there, but I would like it if we would have had input from the planning commission, not just an up or down vote, but how they think it should be changed. That's, to me, the role of the planning commission. We send something to them as a suggestion. They make their recommendation coming from the planning commission as to what they think we should do. And then we act on that. So if they didn't have an opportunity to make changes to what was presented by staff, like it, and I did hear Drew say that they made one change. If they felt like they couldn't change it because of this settlement agreement, then that's a problem to me. The planning commission should be able to make any recommendation that they want as an independent commission, and then it's up to us to whether we want to take their recommendations. So I do have some issues there. As far as the public comment about this being only for one individual, it would be very limited because we don't have very many type 3 licenses in Trinity County, but I don't think it is specific to only one. That would be one of the main concerns I would have, is that it's not specific to one. And most of our dealings looking through this, we were only considering the one in crafting the ordinance. Some of the stuff we went through as a ad hoc, where we were trying to do a more comprehensive stacking, got a little more in depth. So the issue I have going forward is if there's an unforeseen aspect to this that could be a type 3 license that would apply for stacking that's meets the criteria, but is going to create an issue that we didn't think of, that we hadn't actually looked into the overall ramifications of what we're doing. So well, I think that it's not as bad as some of the public comment we've got. There are some concerns that I still have with the way this is drafted.
Supervisor Gokin, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with what almost all my fellow supervisors have said and the public has said today about this topic. I think everybody here has pretty much hit it dead on the head here as far as things go. So I think we should deny this and try to get it right the next time. And I do have the same concerns that Dan mentioned about the planning commission meeting and what we got from them. So I'll leave it at that.
All right.
One of the things that I find and have found in working in government and boards and different things over the years is so often we focus on the vote of the line item in front of us, but then we are committed to living in the soup of all of the unintended consequences of those decisions. And it sounds to me, and on reading and listening to public comment, that there certainly is a deep concern for a soup of unintended consequences that may lie on the other side of this. So I'm feeling compelled to ask that we send this back and spend a little bit more time on it so that we can reduce those unintended consequences.
Thank you. All right, would anybody care to place a subsequent motion on the table?
I would like to ask a question for clarification.
Sure.
Of Supervisor Carpenter Harris. Because that's not her last statement doesn't quite match with her motion. The motion was to deny, and that last statement was to send it back and get more clarification. So I just would like some clarity with which one she really wants to do.
I would like to deny it today and send it back for deeper consideration and more exploration so that we can, as it was stated, get it right.
So are you choosing to amend your motion, or are you placing a subsequent on the table?
How best do I do this?
Any way you want. So will depend on whether the person seconding your motion chooses to second along with you. If not, you'll need to do a subsequent.
What is the cleanest motion, to deny and then, or to deny or to send back and amend? What is the best way to?
That's actually a policy decision for you.
Okay.
So if your first motion is deny it, so you could make either an amended motion and hope that Supervisor Gogan seconds that amended motion, or you can make a subsequent motion and seek a second. So your subsequent motion, it sounds like, would be to deny it and send it today and send it back to Planning Commission for further input. Am I correct? Or to send it back to staff to continue working on it. That's what I'm unclear on.
All these big decisions.
So I would throw into your processing for your consideration. The reason for this to be in front of us isn't going away.
Right.
So your need that you're kind of feeling inside, hey, I would really like to see this sent back wherever you're choosing to send it and what have you. It might be solved inside of your mind just by realizing what's before us is still going to have to be dealt with at the end of this decision.
I'm aware of that. I just, I'm going to hold my motion on denial.
Right. But anybody else choose to place a subsequent? All right. Hearing none. Ashley, you can pull the board.
Supervisor Gogan?
No.
Supervisor.
Excuse me. Yes. Yes. Sorry.
Carpenter Harris?
Yes.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier?
Aye.
Chairman Cox?
All right. The motion to deny passes 5-0. All right. Right, item 4.4, set the Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for calendar year 2024, no fiscal impact. We do have in the board backup data, the calendar. There was one just clarifying piece that was added to that. Nothing in the backup data is incorrect. There were just two pieces that were in conflict, and that has now been cleaned up and added to the backup data that is before us. And it's just that the dates in one portion weren't brought forward into the current year. Those are now aligned. So with that, council, I think we're free to move forward just with the item as is. Thank you. And CEO Ted Hill, did you have any introductory comments?
My only introductory comments would be that we stuck with the standard schedule of first and third Tuesday of the month, other than the very first meeting in 2024, which happens to fall, if it was on Tuesday, it would fall on the second, which would be the very first day back, for work for the most of the county staff after a long weekend. And then historically, there's a number of staff, who take that entire week off only because, there's a need oftentimes for employees to burn out their final amount of vacation time so they don't lose it, as it all doesn't carry over, as you know. So my recommendation is we push that first meeting to the Wednesday, not only to give staff a little bit of time to prepare, but to also give the board members time to prepare and read documents and to be prepared for that meeting. Feedback we had from last year, was, why are we meeting on the 2nd of January? How about we do it and give us at least a day to prep? And so that's what we did for this one. There is another 3-day weekend that it falls on the Tuesday when Monday's a holiday, but we're kind of already, into a little bit of normalcy at that point in time. And I don't believe it's as big as an effect, if you will. And then any other adjustments are just based upon scheduling of known conferences and known conflicts. So I support it as it's presented.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear that backup? Okay.
I do have one backup. I did put the 2nd November meeting in here because last year we put it on there and then we canceled it because of CSAC. This year it will run on the Tuesday during CSAC. So if you guys want to pull that meeting.
True. That was a decision that we did make at the beginning of last year. We said we will pull it for CSAC, my recollection, and that if we needed a special meeting because something was pressing, we could always schedule that, but it doesn't make sense to schedule right over the top of a known important.
That's a good catch. Thanks, Ashley. And I do think it worked well this year. We were able to have a good representation at CSAC, and I would anticipate the same next year. So that seemed to be a good practice and a good decision. So I think we can do that as well for that second meeting in November.
Okay. The one question I would ask, and council, you can tell me if I should ask this now or after a motion is on the table. Because in my dealings at RCRC, I have come to learn that not every county does the first and third as a rotation. Some do 2 and 4. And when at this time, it's my pleasure to serve on RCRC, but it does require that when our meetings go late on a Tuesday, I'm often getting into Sacramento at 11 o'clock at night and having to be fresh for an 8 a.m. meeting. And I just wonder if, and I know it would be a change to our governance manual, but if there would be any reason why we might want to consider being a 2nd and 4th week county rather than a 1st and 3rd, it would certainly solve our post-holiday situation. I don't know of any unintended consequences from a choice like that, but if that might be something that we wish to consider from an RCRC standpoint, it would certainly benefit that delegate, which currently is self-seeking on my part to ask. I understand that, but it will be somebody else at some point in time. And then it would also solve the CSAC situation because we'd be on an off week. So
yeah, that would be a change to your governance manual that would have to come back and be considered by the board.
if we look to consider that, I mean, if we did first and fourth, then
2 and 4?
2 and 4 versus
Uh-huh.
1 and 3. Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have a question, couple, I guess. One is, I see as it is right now with the first and third, that a meeting would be the week of the 4th of July, which I know a lot of people might be trying to take off, but if you tried to move it to the next week, then you'd be trying to prepare for a meeting when everybody was off. And so you'd almost have to go to the third week and so forth. So it just raised that issue, and don't know if staff has a request or a recommendation, because the board, we have to review materials and show up, but we don't have to prepare them. So do you have a preference on that?
We did look at that fourth week, and I think if we stuck with the, first Tuesday, then we would have it prior to the holiday, and that would be adequate, because we're preparing really the week before that for the meeting. Everything's got to be published on Friday before, so no big issue there.
Okay. And then I know that we don't have anything in here, that at least that I see, regarding the budget meetings. Do we just treat those as special meetings as they come, and we don't need to go ahead and pre-plan for that?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Okay, well, that would be considered a kind of question, tossing it out there. We will open for public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, close public comment, bring it back to the board.
So I make a motion that we establish the meetings for January as presented for the 3rd and the 16th, and bring the matter of changing from the 1st and 3rd weeks to the 2nd and 4th weeks back to the board for consideration before formalizing the rest of the calendar.
I will second that.
All right, motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris. Any further discussion? All right, we can call for the vote.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Thank you. Human Resources, item 4.5, change the salary range assigned to the Employment and Training Worker Supervisor classification from M218 to M215, and direct that the salary range reflected on the alphabetical listing of classifications be updated effective December 1, 2023. Approximate cost in salary and benefits per month for an Employment and Training Worker Supervisor at range M218A step is $9,456. And at range M215, A step is $9,211. HR Director Kazis, good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Cox and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for allowing me, Leila Kazis, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, to come before you today. The main objective here is to put the classifications on the same level for the same types of jobs. And there's nobody in this particular position right now, so it's not affecting anyone in particular. So we just ask that you approve.
All right, thank you. Any questions of board members? All right, hearing none, we will open public comment. Any in the room? And any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, close public comment and bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Frazier, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Great. Item 4.6, take the following actions regarding classifications within the Human Resources and Risk Management divisions effective December 1, 2023. Number 1, approve revised job descriptions for and change the following classification titles. A, Personnel Technician to Human Resources Technician. B, Personnel Analyst 1 to Human Resources Analyst 1. C, Personnel Analyst 2 to Human Resources Analyst 2. D, Loss Prevention Specialist 1 to Risk Management Technician 1. And E, Loss Prevention Specialist 2 to Risk Management Technician 2. Number 2, direct that said changes be made to the alphabetical listing of classifications and the allocation list for the Human Resources Department. 3, adopt a resolution establishing salary and benefits for non-rep general unit employees. 4, pursuant to the Trinity County Code Section 2.60.360, reclassify employee ID number 02485 from a Personnel Analyst 1 to a Human Resources Analyst 1. Reclassify employee ID number 03219 from a Personnel Analyst 1 to a Human Resources Analyst 1, and reclassify employee ID number 03270 from a Loss Prevention Specialist 1 to a Risk Management Technician 1. Director Cassis.
Thank you again. For this, I'd like to first, if I may, take 1 minute to thank all of the people that have put their time and effort into human resources matters while the position was empty or less than. I'll just say it that way. The auditor's office, the CAO's office, the county council, everybody's really banded together to help take care of issues as the years passed recently. Coming in now, I have already changed the plaques in the courthouse to say human resources instead of personnel. I'm trying to indicate that things are changing for the future and kind of bring the department up to today instead of remaining in the past. I know not all counties have changed over to human resources from personnel. I'm talking to counterparts to get that to happen as well. I missed Liz. Please let me say Director Hamilton, of course. I really appreciate her continued assistance, but feel that we need to start to revamp some of the old that's been around for, I'm seeing things from the 80s. And whatnot, and start bringing it. So this is an initial start. We've added in some of the stuff that we've brought back to some of the positions, the job descriptions themselves from the other departments as well to add into those. So.
Okay.
Here for questions.
Perfect, thank you. And I did miss reading into the record that this item has no fiscal impact. With that, are there questions of board members? All right, hearing none, we will open this to public comment. Is there any in the room? And any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Would entertain a motion?
Move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Second.
Second from Supervisor Gogan. And is there any discussion? All right.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Planning and zoning, and again, we'll be taking these 3 items slightly out of order. We'll begin with item 4.9, or if you're reading on the electronic version, it would say 4.10. Discuss, approve, and/or provide direction to staff regarding the revised draft vision and guiding principles for the general plan. And so to introduce really the 3 items as a package, Director Presley. Good morning.
Morning, Chair Cox. Supervisors. As everyone knows, this has kind of been an ongoing thing for the last year and a half or so that we've re-kicked off the general plan update. So today we're going to be looking at a presentation from our consultant team, and we're going to look at the vision draft vision and guiding principles, and then we're going to look at the community plans that were agreed upon and recommended back up to the Planning Commission. And then actually the largest portion of it will probably be going over the boundaries of the separate community plans. One thing I do want to add, there's been a bit of back and forth between myself and Pat and Commissioner Fall. And so I just wanted to correct something for the record because this is very important. Even though our notes are the minutes from the Planning Commission, they're not verbatim. We don't really follow, each individual nuance of speech or each individual particular word when we're creating the minutes. This was actually a recommendation in a motion. And so I wanted to correct the way it was presented in the minutes and the way it was actually presented at the meeting, because there's a little slight nuance of difference there. But just talking with Mr. Frost and Carol, the chair of Planning Commission, I felt it was prudent to go ahead and mention this difference here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read the differences in what was actually put in the minutes, which are draft minutes. They haven't been approved, and then actually what was stated. So if you'd like to try to discuss and come up with what the difference is, that would be great. I didn't really see a difference in the minutes. It's basically the motion.
Okay, I guess my question would be, first of all, who takes the minutes, and could those minutes, since they're draft, be updated to reflect exactly what you're trying to?
Yes.
Okay, that's the goal.
That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay.
I just didn't want the minutes to be read in the backup and then not actually state they are going to be corrected. And that's the reason for the draft minutes. And, that's just standard procedure. So I'm going to go ahead and read what's in the minutes and then read what the amended minutes are actually going to read. The Planning Commission recommends the following for community plan area plans, with a recommendation that Trinity Center community plan include parcels within the CSD boundaries. That's going to be amended to read the motion. Well, actually the first part of that, the motion was to have Trinity Center community plan boundaries approximate the Trinity Center CSD boundaries. So when I read the minutes and I was first talking with Pat and with Carol, I'm like, I don't really see what the difference is, but there actually is a difference. And when I was talking with Pat earlier before the meeting here, it makes a little bit more sense, because when you're looking at a whole area plan, community plan, it actually shrinks down if you just follow what the CSD boundaries are. So it may create a little bit of nuance of difference to be considered on whether you're looking at the community plan expanding just simply to approximate the CSD boundaries, or if it's going to be a broader area type plan. But it's all in semantics, and Mentor Harnish will be able to explain everything in the question and answers that I'm sure will follow. Hopefully that wasn't confusing.
No, but I'm going to ask you a question anyway, and if you want to refer it to Mr. Harnish, that's fine. But what you just finished saying, your words were area plan.
Mm-hmm.
We don't mean an area plan. We mean
Correct.
a community plan.
Exactly.
And we're just using the word area to talk about an area generally.
Exactly.
Not as a definition in an area plan.
Right. So, and that's the semantic version of it. You can call it an area plan or you can call it a community plan, but Mentor Harnish, they're the experts. They're the one that travel to different locations to make these things. They actually have their definitions that they're going by. So what they say may be an area plan, may in our view just be a community plan. So
we'll probably have to work that out when we get there.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
But I think Brent and Michael are online, and if they're ready to give the presentation, if there's no more questions for me.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, Brent.
Good morning. Good morning. First off, good morning, board. Nice to see all of you this wonderful December day. We're picking up where we left off from previous meetings in regards to the general plan. So I'm going to walk through a presentation, and I've been told that is uploaded and ready to go.
Our deputy clerk is saying she did not receive a presentation.
If not, I can share screen myself.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Is it just what's in the backup materials?
It is in the backup material, yes.
Is that what you're referring to, Brent?
Referring to the presentation sent to staff.
Yeah, I'm
The
just asking, are you
PowerPoint that walks
referring,
through each of
are
the
you,
steps.
are you referring to all the presentation materials or documentation that was provided in the backup materials for the agenda?
If the PowerPoint is the backup materials in the agenda, then that is.
Okay.
The PowerPoints are on 180 slides.
So I would like the community to be able to see that, and that's probably easier for you to go ahead and share your screen rather than Ashley to have to pull it up. So if you would do so, that would be great.
I think that no problem.
Thank you. That's all right. You're fine.
And then can you see that in front of you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Here we go. So we're continuing the discussion on the general plan today, and as it was mentioned by Director Presley. And this is getting divided into 3 different parts. So we're going to focus on the vision guiding principles. Look to get a formal recommendation, not formal recommendation, but formal action by the board. When we look at the community plan determination, also get a formal action by the board. And then lastly, look at the community plan balance.
Brent, can I interrupt you for 1 second? I'm struggling just a little bit with your audio. I wonder if it can easily be remedied if you can move maybe closer to your mic.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, that helps. Thank you.
Okay. Would you like me to repeat what I had already stated?
No, you're good. It's just hard. It just, you have to work at it a little bit. You're good.
I'll use my outdoor voice. So,
Okay.
So as part of this, we're going to walk through these 3 different segments and then ask the board at each of these points to make a recommended action for each of them. I think this will make this a more efficient process as we move forward through these 3 topical areas. I do want to say that joining me today is Nikki Zanchetta. Nikki is a planner with Mintier Harnish. She's been behind the scenes. A lot of the maps you'll see today were prepared by Nikki, and Nikki will be part of all of the community engagement going forward as it pertains to the community plan discussion moving into next year. So first, just a little recap on the vision. So what is a vision statement? It's an ideal aspirational statement that looks forward 20-25 years as part of the general plan. It's important that a general plan has this. Think of a vision statement as a guidepost. So the overall general plan, the goals, the policies, and future planning commission direction and board action need to align with the goal of where the Trinity County general plan goes. And as part of this has been quite a long effort. And here on the screen, this goes through all the different steps that the county staff and our team collaborated on. We had a lot of community feedback. We had met with the community throughout the project, from the first community workshop up through the county fair, through the first round of community workshops back in November 2022. The vision statement also built off prior processes and projects that the county embarked on, including the placemaking project. It took bits and pieces from what the community members envisioned Trinity County being and added them into this process. In June of 2023, we actually met with our focus groups. These groups are organized by specific topic areas that are covered in the general plan. And this was at the request of the board at the initiation of the project back in 2020. And these focus groups met, reviewed the vision and the guiding principles, which I'll get to in a second, and provided some feedback and direction, which eventually made their way to the board. At that meeting, it was determined that the Planning Commission needed to make a formal recommendation before any action by the board. So we went back to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission weighed in on each of the on the vision statement, each of the guiding principles, made some recommendations, and they made a formal recommendation for you today. So it has gone through Planning Commission review. So I know the board has seen this. This is just more as a recap, so we're all on the same page. I wanted to just start with the different options that were presented to the board initially and then the Planning Commission. These also went out to the community. The community weighed in. and public comment as well. So the first option is this countywide vision statement here. Chairman Cox, I'll defer to you if you want me to read these or just leave them on the screen up for a second for people to read.
I think go ahead and read them into the record if you would.
So the first option was Trinity County is the place where people can have a fulfilled life in a natural setting, where the opportunities for work, play, and housing are abundant. The sense of community and family is strong. People are kind and residents feel safe and secure. Equally important is for the community to retain the peace and quiet that come from its rural setting. The county supports a self-sustaining, resilient, and creative culture and economy with a vibrant, diverse business base. The county is fiscally responsible, environmentally conscious, and inclusive. The county offers a welcoming place for people of all ages, incomes, and ethnicities to live, work, and visit. Option 2 is Trinity County is the place where people can have a fulfilled life in a rural setting where natural and cultural resources are maintained and protected. The county is a place where opportunities for work, housing, and recreation are abundant, and strong families, kind people, safety, peace, and quiet are valued and supported. Option 3, Trinity County is the place where people can have a fulfilled life in a rural, natural setting that is peaceful and quiet, where the opportunities for work, play, housing, recreation, and cultural and natural resources are abundant. The county has a strong sense of community and family, where people are kind and residents feel safe. So out of all those options, the board made a recommendation to go forward with this vision statement that's in front of you. This was brought back to the planning commission where they reviewed it and made some minor changes. This is shown in the red. The main change that the planning commission had was that they felt that the word fulfilled was past tense. And if we're looking forward, we should look, it shouldn't be in a past tense, it should be a present tense, it should be active. So the planning commission's recommendation was to change the word fulfilled to fulfilling. And so as part of this, the recommended vision statement for the 2050 general plan by the planning commission states, Trinity County is a place where people can experience a fulfilling life in a peaceful rural setting while allowing for existing and new development to thrive in appropriate ways and locations. It is a place where employment, housing, world-class recreation, cultural and natural resources opportunities are abundant, where there is a strong sense of community and family, neighbors support neighbors, and residents feel safe. So I'll move forward into the guiding principles, and then once we get through these, Chair, I'll hand it back to you for public comment or discussion and recommended action. So built on a vision statement are guiding principles, and I like to think of these as a theme. These are thematic approaches that a general plan aligns to. The guiding principles build upon the general plan vision statement and its goal, and they serve as, lack of better words, serve as the framework for eventual goals, policies, and programs, which make its way down to functions with your county staff when they review projects, planning commission, and then eventually down to the board. So as part of this, there are 6 key topical areas that the guiding principle align with. Again, these align with the goals that the board laid out at the initiation of the project. Now, with the guiding principles, they too were out for public comment. The guiding principles went through the focus groups. They provided feedback. And this is not the first time that the board has seen these. We brought these forward in October, and then they were sent back to the planning commission, and the planning commission reviewed them. So the 2 options in regards to the first topic area, which has to do with hazard and safety, were minimize health and safety impacts to residents, businesses, and visitors from human caused hazard, such as hazardous materials, noise, air, and water pollution, as well as managing lands to reduce the impacts of natural hazards such as wildland fires, flooding, and geological events. The second option was presented states provide for safe communities through resilient infrastructure, community-wide education and preparation, effective coordination with regional, state, and federal agencies, and hazard planning that is responsive to potential climate-related natural and human-caused disasters. So from these two options, there was a preferred recommendation that the board saw in October. The planning commission reviewed it and made a minor edit, and that was a grammatical change that two that's were included. But the planning commission's recommendation was to continue with what the board originally reviewed. So this is the recommendation that planning commission for the hazard and safety section is to provide for safe communities through resilient infrastructure, community-wide education and preparation, effective coordination with state and federal agencies, and hazard planning that includes managing lands to reduce the impacts of climate-related, natural, and human-caused disasters, including wildland fires, flooding, and geological. So as I run through these, I'm just going to reiterate that these were the original options. The board reviewed them. Then there's a planning commission reviewed them, and there's a planning commission recommendation. The next topic area is community health and health services. The three options that were presented are as follows. The first, promote economic, social, and physical health and wellness by investing into infrastructure that promotes physical activity and access to healthy foods, emphasizing healthcare resources for seniors, and integrating public health into policies in the built environment. Option two was to protect natural environments and develop healthy built environments that help reduce stress, depression, and other health disparities, mutually support each other in performing all functions of life and developing maximum mental capacity. Option three reads, reduce the potential and severity of short and long-term health emergencies, control the rate and extent of the spread of illness, reduce economic and social displacement, and reduce the loss of life. The recommendation by the Planning Commission based on the previous review of the board states, promote economic, social, and physical health and wellness by investing in infrastructure and services that promote physical activity and access to local healthy foods. Help reduce health disparities and integrate public health into public policies. I will say that the addition of local healthy foods was not only community health, but it was also tied to land use and economic development. Planning Commission felt it was important to highlight local agricultural production, local commodities within. The next topic area has to deal with land use, housing, and zoning. The two options that were presented were, number one, expand available land for future development, incentivizing get vacant and abandoned properties back into active use, increase affordable housing options such as tiny homes and accessory dwelling units, build local wealth, increase fire resiliency that includes shade and field breaks, and emphasize unified collaborative approaches to housing challenges. The second option was to maintain unique geographic identities of communities separated by agriculture and open space lands, carefully plan new development, including the establishment of community services and facilities that balances the need for new housing with preservation of community character. The recommendation by Planning Commission was to retain what the board initially reviewed back in October, and their recommendation for this topic reads, identify additional land for future development while ensuring the compatibility of adjoining land uses, incentivizing returning vacant and abandoned properties to active use, increase affordable housing options, improving resiliency to wildfire through defensible space, home hardening, and fuel management, and emphasizing collaborative approaches to housing. Next topic area is mobility and infrastructure. The three options that were previously provided are, number one, maintain and enhance existing multimodal transportation network, infrastructure, and services to meet the unique circumstances of each community and the needs of residents and businesses. Ensure development does not outpace the provision of services and infrastructure. Maintain law enforcement and fire protection services to protect residents and property, and enhance the availability of communication infrastructure to residents and businesses. The second option read, invest in public roadways, facilities, infrastructure, services, and renewable energy to promote efficiency and economic vitality. Ensure public safety and improve quality of life for all residents. And finally, the third option read, communities are internally connected through an efficient and safe network of roadways, bridges, transit, bikeways, pedestrian trails, and sidewalks that are coordinated and adequately constructed and maintained to the needs of residents and businesses. Planning Commission recommendation was the same as that, as the board had previously reviewed, and it states, invest in and develop an efficient and safe multimodal transportation network with infrastructure and services that meet the needs of residents and businesses. Maintain and enhance law enforcement, fire protection services to protect residents and property, and enhance the availability and reliability of communications infrastructure to residents and businesses. The next topical area is watersheds and natural resources. These are the following three options that were previously presented. The first one reads, conserve, develop, and sustainably manage the county's open spaces and natural resources, including soils, water, air quality, minerals, biological resources, scenic resources, rivers and forests, as well as historic and cultural resources while balancing peace, agriculture, and healthy ecosystems. The second read, natural assets such as air quality, mountains, forests, river corridors, and soils are preserved. Energy efficiency and use of alternative modes of transportation conserve energy resources, and new sustainable energy resources are fully developed, right? Clean and inexpensive energy. And finally, the third option read, the county values and protects its natural and cultural resources with expanded opportunities for residents and visitors to enjoy the county's heritage and natural setting. Recreation and entertainment opportunities such as the Trinity Alps, waterways, and state and federal parks and forests are available and accessible to all residents. The Planning Commission recommendation, based on the board's previous review, does include some modified wording. And this was mainly to take some of the wording that was on the back half of the guiding principle and move it up just for emphasis. And the Planning Commission felt that moving it up emphasized the sustainably managed, didn't put it at the end, and basically made that one of the main drivers of the natural resources guiding principle. They also felt that this rewording just had a better flow to what was previously presented to the board. So the guiding principle recommendation by the Planning Commission states, sustainably manage, conserve, and develop the county's open spaces and natural resources with expanded opportunity for residents and visitors to enjoy the county's heritage and natural setting. Promote the availability and accessibility of recreation sites, entertainment opportunities, waterways, and state and federal lands to all residents. Next, we have economic development. The following are the three options that were previously presented. First, local business development and employment opportunities to keep capital and growth within the community. Characteristics that support local substantive businesses are recognized, enhanced, and maintained over time, and independent businesses are attracted to the area. Option 2 read, in order to maximize benefit from local market demand and financial resources, there is a high level of continuous coordination and collaboration within the business community and with the county. County resources for economic development are distributed throughout all communities of the county. A strong focus exists on workforce development, identifying existing assets of gaps in the workforce ecosystem, building a coalition of stakeholders to strengthen the ecosystem, training the existing workforce for new industries and opportunities, and expanding the county workforce capacity. And finally, the third option read, the county's economy will expand, diversify, and strengthen its role globally as a source of food and agricultural commodities, an important cannabis producer and a destination for tourists. Expanded education opportunities provide a broad range of jobs across diverse industries, emphasizing small local businesses and startups. Excellent schools and leadership programs prepare youth as the next generation of the county workforce. Planning Commission reviewed what the board previously reviewed and felt that there were no changes necessary. So this is the Planning Commission's recommendation to the board. Maintain a high level of coordination and collaboration with the local business community to incentivize business development and employment opportunities, encourage economic growth, and retain capital. Strategically distribute resources for economic development throughout all communities in the county, and expand educational and workforce development opportunities to provide a broad range of jobs across the years. So I know that was quite a mouthful, but what we just did is we walked through the original vision statements that were presented. The board saw those, based on community feedback, based on a focus group. The board initially provided modifications and changes to those. That the board reviewed that in October, but then sent it back to planning commission, and I read the planning commission recommendation. That was the same as the guiding principles. So the next steps in this first portion is to hand it back to the chair for public comment, discussion with the board, and then a formal action and adoption of the vision.
Okay, sounds good. Brent, thank you. Appreciate that. And thanks for reading all of that. I just want to make sure that everybody has equal access. And so if somebody needed to hear rather than see and read, I think that that's important at this juncture. So thanks for the few extra minutes that took. With that, I will open to public comment on both the vision statement and each of the guiding principles. Are there any comments in the room? Seeing none, any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay. Bring it back to the board. Let's put a motion on the table if we could.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Just a question about that motion, maybe for county council. When I read what's on here, 4.9, discuss, approve, provide direction to staff regarding the revised draft vision guiding principles for the general plan. Do we need to be more specific in our motion to say we want to approve the planning commission's recommendations? Or is this what it's done enough?
Or otherwise, and if you want to make a motion to approve a different one than the planning commission recommended.
But is it as stated fine, or do we need to be more specific?
Well, as presented is 3 different options.
Okay,
So, yeah.
So I just want to make sure.
Mm-hmm. So for clarity on your motion, are you moving
I'm
for
making a
plan-
motion to approve the planning commission's recommendation.
All right, thank you.
I'll second that.
All right. Be sure of what you're seconding. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion? All right, that will call for the vote.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Frazier,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Right. Brent, back to you.
Okay. Okay.
I think maybe I need to read this into the record. So on our agenda, it's 4.7 on the printed. If you're looking at the electronic, you'll find it under 4.8. Discuss, approve, and or provide direction based on the recommendation for which community plan should be included as a part of the general plan update. No fiscal impact. Brent.
And should be seeing the presentation, correct?
Yes.
So the next step is part of the general plan at the board direction and based on substantial community feedback was to prepare community plans as part of the general plan. Currently, there are 5 community plans that the county has. And so as part of this, we're looking at updating those 5 and then adding additional ones. So first, I just want to lay out where we've been and how we came to this. So the board recommended and approved us to modify our scope of work to include the creation of community plans as part of the general plan effort. Based on that, we went back to the focus groups and did a round of meetings with focus groups, getting some initial input on which communities would get a plan, how the plan would look, what are the overall expectations. Back in November of 2022, you may remember that we actually did 10 community workshops, 2 a night over 5 days across the county that started getting at some of the issues and opportunities within communities. All that engagement was all part of determining which communities would get a community. Now, it's not to say if a community doesn't have a community plan, it's not covered. So the general plan, when you think about it, I mentioned it's a large, comprehensive document. It covers the entire in its entirety. Communities that have a community plan just take it a step further and have more specific goals, specific policies that focus directly within those communities. So it's not to say if you don't have a community plan, you're not covered or you're not seen. You are, you're just folded into the larger. As part of this effort, we also did a community mapping exercise that was an online version that ran through the summer. We received lots of feedback from that. You'll see that through the mapping portion of the presentation today. And then we had the visioning guidance and scope work. Now, we had originally brought this to the board in October, September, I should say, I apologize, where we went through the different communities, the way that we made our determination of which community gets to be planned in consultation with county staff. And the board weighed in on a multitude of different options that were presented as a part of that. During that meeting, it was, as I noted, we needed where the planning commission needed to make a formal recommendation. So we went back to the planning commission just last month and presented the same materials that were shown. So I'm going to walk through again the different options that were originally presented, land on where the board had made direction, and then where the planning commission made a formal recommendation for that. So I talked about there were 5 existing community plans that are shown here on the screen. Those are for Weaverville, Lewiston, Junction City, Hayfork, and Douglas. You go onto the county's website, those are listed there. Some of these plans are quite old. They haven't been updated in 30 plus years. So as part of this effort, out of all the plans that we're going to be updating, these 5 are earmarked as ones that we're going to and take a closer look at what the expectations are within each of those 5 communities, how they see themselves. But there are a whole host of other communities that don't have a plan, and they're listed here on this. Right, I'm not going to read through all of these, but this list is extensive, and as part of that, we started to look at which ones made or had enough attributes to it, per se, that would lend itself toward having their own community plan, besides following the general plans of. So this is the criteria and the metrics that we use, and this is how we determine which communities would be best suited for having a community plan. So we developed a criteria, looked at groups. The criteria mostly consisted of a review of population, a review of different services that are within the community, whether it's medical or fire protection or law enforcement, whether it had a community hub, so for instance, a community center, or other commercial uses, whether there were state or federal influences within the area, state or federal offices that have to do with fire or forestry. And then lastly, landmark and community identifiers. There's been a lot of conversation about, well, that identifier doesn't seem like it is a landmark within that community. I do want to point out that the landmark and community identifiers mainly came from community members themselves that actually filled out the online mapping, not necessarily. This was the metrics table that was used to determine the communities. They were done on a, who met the criteria or the metrics base, and then were total communities that had beyond the existing 5 that had the most total points from this on a point system were recommended to the board to have their own plan. So let's get into the topic real quick of the community plan versus area plan. I think this is going to come up now and possibly later during the mapping exercise. When you have a community plan, it's community specific. It looks at goals and policies as they apply to that specific community. So for example, Weaverville, there could be specific goals and policies that apply to street infrastructure, right-of-way, street lighting, as well as sidewalks. You might not find that more suburban style infrastructure in other communities. So that's the type of goal specific areas. An area plan is slightly different. An area plan encompasses multiple communities, not just one. And as part of this, those goals apply to all of the communities that fall under that umbrella. So think of an area plan as just a larger scale community plan, just applied to multiple jurisdictions. And as I noted, just because a community doesn't fall within either a community or area plan doesn't mean they're left out. They're still included under the general umbrella of the goals and policies of the general plan. So these were the multiple options that were presented to the board back in September. Option A retained the 5 community plans and those would remain in effect and they would be updated as part of the update. Then there would be the creation of 4 area plans. One for the downriver community, so that would be west of Junction City, it's along 299. There would be the North Lake communities up off of 3, that includes Trinity Center, Cotton Creek, Minersville, Ridgeville's in them as well. There would be the 7 Trinity communities, everything south of 36. So that would be Mad River, Ruth, Kettenhop, Shaw, and then there'd be the Post Mountain, Forest Land, Wildwood, and Post Mountain itself. So the recommendation here was to have 4 area plans to cover all those communities. And then there would be the creation of 1 community plan, and that was for high income. Mainly high income scored high on the total indicators, and geographically high income. There is not an adjacent community next to it that could be pulled in a area plan. So it was best fit to have it. As part of option A, pretty much every community is covered. That was the intent. Option B slims it down. Again, those 5 community plans are in effect and are updated. So Weaverville, Jefferson City, Douglas City, and Lewiston and Hayfork. But instead of area plans, 4 community plans were proposed as part of option B. High Palm, Root, Mad River, and Trinity Center. Those were selected based on the feedback from the community, based on the total fund score. So if we shifted away from the everyone gets one and to more of a specific community approach, this was the recommendation. And then on top of the 4 proposed community plans as part of option B, there was the addition of the proposed area plan that would basically include all the downriver communities just west of Junction, so again, 299 for the county. Option C, this is what the board reviewed, and this is what the board recommended back in September, was again, existing community plans would in effect and get updated. To reduce the number of plans to 8 instead of 10. There was original scope that we would do 10 plans. After review by the board felt that 10 was too many, it wasn't needed. 8 was a more efficient number of plans to deal with, including the existing 5. And after the review of all of the areas, it became apparent that not every community, this is based on board direction, needed to have a community plan because the umbrella of the general plan was covered. And as part of that effort, the South County communities dropped off, and the downriver communities dropped off. And there was then the proposed creation of 3 community plans, and these are based on the metrics, the community feedback they came in. Those community plans would be 1 for high income, mainly due to its geographic nature. It was earmarked and its community input. It was earmarked for a community plan from the beginning. Post Mountain is one of the most highly populous areas in the county. Right now, it doesn't have the infrastructure, it doesn't have a plan. And the board felt it was necessary to include Post Mountain as part of this in order to get the ball rolling for that area. And lastly, the Trinity Center area. So not necessarily that area plan approach. The direction was to have one for Trinity Center itself as a standalone plan up in the northern part of the county. So we took all the options and the board recommendation to the Planning Commission, and here's what the Planning Commission recommendation was. I know Director Presley had made a point about this last bullet, which is the creation of 1 area plan, whether it's called an area plan or a community plan. Based on the Planning Commission recommendation, but I will walk through this. So the Planning Commission recommendation was to move forward with the board's option C, but slightly. So the 5 community plans remain in effect and are updated. The reduction of the plans to 8 instead of 10 recommended, but they have the creation of community plans for high income, Post Mountain, and then Trinity Center. So we have it listed here, Trinity Center as an area plan, because it includes more areas than just Trinity Center. It includes actual designated communities south of Trinity Center along Highway 3, Minersville, Covington Mill, Ridgeville. The Planning Commission recommended, and this was an error of wording. Planning Commission recommended that it not be called an area plan, but be called the Trinity Center Community Plan. And that the community plan would align with the CSD of the Trinity Center. And that CSD expands beyond just the community training center. It includes these other smaller communities down Highway 3. So the planning commission recommendation is the existing 5 and the creation of 3 community plans, High and Post Mountain, and the community plan for training center would include the communities shown on the screen. So I
Okay,
will hand this back to the chair.
Thank you, Brent. Appreciate that. I'm going to just do a little housekeeping piece and announce that my goal is to take lunch from 12:15 to 1:15 today, because we have participants who really want and need to be a part of this process. And there are some conflicting meetings, and I want to accommodate that. So we can do 8 minutes now. And I'm going to do that, just move forward and utilize this time that we do have. It may be that we're left right in the middle of public comment. Happy to come back and reopen that at that time, but just so that you're aware. So with this presentation, are there questions of board members for Brent? Brent, we're going to start?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One, help us understand if the planning commission was really looking for this to be called a community plan, and your organization, by the work that you do elsewhere, thinks of it more as an area plan, what is the difference? What is the importance of distinguishing it as an area plan versus a community plan as requested by the commission?
Well, I would say that, in actuality, it is an area plan, because your existing general plan identifies the community south of Trinity Center as standalone communities. The CSD sees the community south of Trinity Center as neighborhoods or additional development that's tied to Trinity Center. So there's 2 different viewpoints on how those communities are. In the end, I mean, it truly is a area plan, because you're folding in other communities that are not Trinity Center by name, and they're not designated, even in their existing general plan. But
And I did notice that you had those other communities listed in your original presentation of communities that could be considered for a plan.
Correct.
And so that's where you're saying we're picking from that list of communities, multiple communities, and thus becomes an area plan. So is there any substance difference in what is included in an area plan or a community plan, or the process by which you create it?
The only difference is the goals and policies would not apply to a single community. They would apply to a range of communities. So it's just a larger effort. When we get down to the semantics of it, I mean, we can call it a community plan, if that's the direction by the board, but it still would be a plan that covers more than Trinity Center. It's covered multiple communities. But it can be called a community plan if that's desired. It's not. I mean, if it comes down to the naming of it, that's not an issue.
Okay. And then the other question is more of a financial one. And I know there's lots of ebbs and flows and unplanned aspects to a process as big as this. But in general, if our contract was to include 10 community plans and we're doing 8, is there a appropriated amount of money that is, quote, saved for either as a total savings or to be repurposed in some fashion for what we get out of the general plan update?
Is that a question for the consultant team or for town staff?
For the consultants, I mean, you're the ones billing us, so I'm just asking, when you were contracting and planning to bill us for 10 community plans and we delivered the news of 8, what did that reflect in terms of you had accounted for X amount of thousands of dollars for each community plan or something, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I mean, we accounted for 10. I mean, the additional savings would most likely go toward the engagement effort to bolster the engagement. It's gonna take an additional round or 2 to not only fold the plan out, to each of the communities, similar to what we did in November 2022, where we did the workshop series. So that what we'd end up doing is just expanding the engagement to get the feedback necessary in order to bring the product back to the board. It's not, I wouldn't say it's necessarily a huge cost savings by knocking off two communities, because in essence, if we're doing this Trinity, the Trinity Center plan, I mean, an area plan it's a larger effort than a typical community plan, because you're going to want to make sure that the feedback from all of the communities within that area are in alignment to create goals for that area.
Thank you.
So I would like to branch off of Supervisor Lutweller's question slightly, because on this slide that just tried to distinguish for us the difference between community and area plans. Under area, we see that the goals and policies apply to a wide area, or they apply area wide, but then the next bullet counters that there's the potential for community specific goals and policies. So it looks like both and is the answer to Supervisor Lutweller's question.
You can. So area plans come in different forms. And this is, we haven't necessarily nailed down what the format of the area plans are going to be yet, because we don't know what they are. There is the ability to have generalized goals and policies that govern the area. So, for example, all of the communities that would be part of the Trinity Center community plan, and then you could have some specific policies in there that only apply to the actual Trinity Center boundary of the community itself. But that's all up for discussion as we start to format and make the input from staff. But none of that's been determined.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have questions? Dan, any questions from you? Okay. All right. Then with that, we'll remember that we're at the point where we're going to open public comment when we return at 1:15, and we will adjourn for an hour lunch. Are the mics off, Ashley?
That is so cool.
It was something blue.
Hmm. Not great for short people. My
Oh,
feet
they a little tall?
wag like I'm Lily Tomlin.
Yeah.
You, yeah, he won't.
Lily
Gotta log
Tomlin.
back in again. We're good to go. All right. So it is 1:15 and we are back in open session. When we left off, we were ready for public comment on the item 4.7 or 4.8 if you're looking electronically. So we're going to open public comment on this portion now. Feel free.
Just wanted to make sure there wasn't any other public that wanted to speak before me. So Pat Frost, 171 Grizzly Lane, Trinity Center, and the chairman of the Community Service District. So I think some of the things have been cleared up. Ed's presentation at the very beginning, kind of clarifying the language from the draft. Planning Commission meetings really help because words really do matter. I mean, the words you choose are important. I've spent way too much time as an expert witness to know that the wrong words, get you in trouble, and the right words get you to the next step. And basically, the CSD supports the Planning Commission's recommendation on community plans, which communities should get community plans, including Trinity Center as a community plan. A quick comment to Brent's comment right before we broke that, the Trinity Center one, expanding it to include what we consider neighborhoods. He kind of mentioned that. I mean, Covington Mill, Long Canyon, Ridgeville, we see as neighborhoods within the community of Trinity Center. The same way that people in Weaverville recognize that East Weaver or East Branch are distinct neighborhoods within the community of Weaverville, and part of it, but different from the neighborhood of Timber Ridge. It's just that ours happens to be strung along Highway 3, and that's the only real difference there. And Brent seemed to be concerned that this would increase, the area, the acreage that had to be treated or analyzed in the community planning. And I would just point out that the Trinity Center Community Service District boundary encompasses somewhere around 18,000 acres. If you look at the acreages presented in Brent's report when we get to the boundary issue, you're going to see that most of the other community plans are in that same range, 15,000 to 25,000 acres. So using the community service district boundary, once we get to that, is an advantage. So anyway, we support the Planning Commission's recommendation. And I'm here for answer questions. You have questions of me.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Any other public comment in the room? Okay, public comment on Zoom.
Carol. Thank you. This is Carol Fall with the Planning Commission. And I just wanted to point out that the Planning Commission did recommend that it be a Trinity Center community plan. You can look at the video of the Planning Commission meeting at 2 hours and 19 minutes and 2 hours and 25 minutes. And that was the motion, to have a community plan, not an area plan. As noted, the Planning Commission does understand the difference between an area and a community plan. The goals and policies should be applied uniformly throughout the CSD, which is why we recommended that the community plan for Trinity Center be approximately the same boundaries as the CSD. Covington and Minersville are neighborhoods. There aren't any facilities in those residential neighborhoods. all the facilities, the school, the fire department, the store, the post office, the library, are located in Trinity Center, which is essentially the hub of our community, which includes Covington and Ridgeville. To me, it's a little disingenuous to say there should be separate community plans for example, Ridgeville or Minersville. Ridgeville is 13 houses. Why would you have a community plan for 13 houses? Minersville is under the lake. So to me, Ridgeville, Covington Mill, Trinity Center are all one community. And I believe that was reflected in the Planning Commission motion and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
No other raised hands?
All right, with that we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Would entertain a motion. Seems like this is going to need a little bit of discussion.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So for the folks on Mentor Harnish, I guess, in looking at some of the materials that are provided, the community service district shows up as it looks like 18,517 acres. The proposed boundary covers 26,000 acres, but on page 177, it refers to 50,222 acres. So I really need some better understanding of what seem like discrepancies.
Yeah, we can look those up. It's gonna take a minute. You're jumping into the next portion of the presentation.
Brent, I'm going to interrupt you for just a second and remind you that unless you're really direct with your mic, we have difficulty.
Sorry.
Thanks. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I will need to, it'll take a second to pull that up and answer your question, Board Member Dwyer. The boundary discussion is part of the next portion of the presentation, but I'm having a planner glance at that.
Yeah, we can come back to it at that point. It's fine.
We can come back to it as long as it doesn't affect this decision, because we're really going to do some defining, I think, right now. And I didn't think that necessarily until I heard the second commenter who, you know, that comment really matters because she is on the Planning Commission. She knows what those motions were and the reasons for them. So maybe it would be good to hear your thoughts reflective of her recollection.
My thoughts of what the Planning Commission chair had to say?
Well, yeah, because she just referenced back.
It was a clerical error that it went to an area plan. In regards to the community plan, that's fine. It doesn't change what the plan's going to cover. The only point I was making earlier between community plan and an area plan is that an area plan typically covers several communities. That's what an area plan is.
Right. And to her point, this isn't several communities. This is neighborhoods.
Well, the chair's point is calling it neighborhoods, but they're not called neighborhoods. In their existing general plan, they are communities. And even the Census Bureau does not recognize all of those as Trinity Center. The Census Bureau recognizes Trinity Center as Trinity Center. That's why Trinity Center has a census designated place, and that gets into the boundary discussion. Now, local context on the ground can be very different from what the federal government looks at from a bureaucratic. And so if local context on the ground is that those are neighborhoods, that's fine. And what we can do is collectively pull them together into a community plan called Trinity Center that folds those in. But we're going by census data, how we pull demographic data, and that leads into the next part of the presentation about how we actually came up with these boundaries. But from the consultant's side, from the county staff side, merging those into a single community plan is perfectly fine.
Okay. All right. All right. With that, I think it would be good to entertain a motion.
Move to approve the planning commission recommendations.
I'll second that. Any discussion? All right, then let's poll the board.
Point of order, the planning commission recommendations are not what is printed in the presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. How about if we are, you want to better define maybe your motion?
If it's all right, I would like her to clarify the distinction that should be made in the motion to accurately represent the planning commissioner's recommendation.
Excuse me, just for clarification. The public comment isn't the formal record of the planning commission. So that may be her recollection and it may be absolutely correct, but to rely upon that as being the official record of the planning commission would not be appropriate.
Let's rely perhaps on our planning director. Do you have language that you would recommend we use for our motion that encompasses the intent rather than the minutes that are apparently in error in draft form?
Correct. And Chair, this is exactly what I was talking about at the beginning of this, is that Trinity Center community plan boundaries approximate the Trinity Center CSD boundaries. Okay. So that was the actual correction to be made to the minutes. So that's what I would recommend it say.
Trinity Center CSD boundaries.
But at this point, we're approving which get community plans, not the boundaries. So is the distinction that we need to make here, or is it there in the boundaries?
You know, that's actually a good point. So it's the 5 community plans going forward with, and High Palm and Post Mountain and Trinity Center community plan. So it'd be the 5 + 3 at this point, and then the boundary discussion would be later.
Maybe I'll just word my motion to be the board voted to approve the planning commissioner's recommendations, clarifying that Trinity Center is added as a community plan.
Area plan. It's a community plan.
Did I say that?
You did say community.
Okay.
And I will second, I will
agree to the amendment.
Agree my second with that. Thank you. All right, any further discussion? Harris, did you need any clarity? Are you
No,
good?
I corrected my own self. With reading, I read, I scrolled up.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, and for clarity, Supervisor Frazier is intentionally not logged into the balance of this meeting. He would only be able to be here for 20 minutes or so and then have to depart. So he decided best to just not. Okay. All right. So with that, you can pull the board.
Supervisor Cox, or Chairman Cox, sorry.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Right. So with that, we will now be at, sorry, item 4.8, or if you're electronically dialed in today, 4.9. Discuss, approve, and/or provide direction on community boundaries to be used in the development of community plans as a part of the general plan update process, no fiscal impact. And we'll just turn this right back to Brent.
Perfect. Okay. 2 down, board, 1 to go. This information in front of you is newer material. So we had brought this forward back in the fall, and at the direction of the board, the time was to take it back to planning commission. So you have not seen this information as of yet, except that what's in front of you in your packet. So I'd like to walk through this next portion of the presentation, which focuses on the community plan boundaries and where we're moving forward under the determination of the boundaries that are going to be set, and then what is dictated within these boundaries within each community. So on the screen here is the community plan methodology. So this is the methodology behind the boundaries. So we actually collected feedback through the mapping online exercise I mentioned that was released this summer of 2023. As part of that mapping exercise, we had individuals map out community members, what they felt their boundaries were. Take away the political influence, take away any state influence, federal influence through the census. What do you think your community is size-wise? What is the boundary? Individuals were able to draw those on, and then we were able to overlay all of those on maps on show. As part of the methodology, we also looked at existing CDPs, which is also known as a census designated place. The CDP is recognized, it's a recognized community, jurisdiction, location by the federal government through the census. And those CDPs have boundaries, and those CDPs are tracked with a whole ton of matrix by through the census, which include demographics, housing, employment, etc. So there's a lot of information that comes from CDPs that is used as data points. Then as part of this, we looked at other community service districts that are applicable. We've been talking about the CSD up in Trinity Center. There's also fire protection districts in other areas. So we evaluated those as well, and that came into play in determining boundaries. Take it a step further, we looked into what's known as census block data. So when they do the census, they calculate it on smaller levels called census blocks, and that's what provides the necessary demographic information that you can pull from the website. Aligning the census block data as part of the boundaries allows the county to further look at projections, to further look at changes, and to track change within the community as it relates to housing stock, as it relates to employment, as it relates to demographics, because places and things change over time. And if you don't align it to something that has quantifiable, accessible data, it's hard to track and monitor. We also compared and overlapped all those pieces above in the map so you can see how those all work together. And from that point, we created what are the boundaries that we're proposing today that the Planning Commission went through and reviewed. So the goal is, as part of this, is to review each of the community boundaries. I'll walk through a series of maps that build on each other, and you'll start to notice that these are consistent when you start to work throughout. And then what I'm hoping what the board can do, Chair, is when we end a community, for instance, let's say Lewiston, when we get through Lewiston, we stop, have discussion, and then the board open it up for comment, and then vote that piece. There's a lot of maps, a lot of information, and if we run through the 85 plus slides, I think we can get lost in the mix if we try to go back and. So I want to.
Okay, understood. Sure.
Okay. So let's start with Douglas City. So on the screen here, I'm showing you just an aerial. This is the Planning Commission recommendation, just so you're aware. This is the base map. Now these pink lines here, this is the actual census designated boundary, the CDP, that the census uses to collect demographic housing and employment data for Douglas City. So it's this boundary here. Now the purple on this map, those are the opacity of the community comments. So these responses are from community members who did the online mapping exercise. Where do you think your community boundaries are? How large is it? So those polygons that are shaded in purples are actually boundaries that are stacked on each other. So you can start to get a general concentration of where community members from Douglas City felt the boundaries of Douglas City were. And you can tell that there are some areas outside of the CDP boundary that the community considered part of Douglas City itself. So that was taken into consideration in the value. Again, it's that difference between the census data and local context. In this case, CSD, we overlaid the CSD boundary, which aligns pretty closely with the CDP and aligns pretty closely with what the community's context is of what is Douglas City. And then all of these darker lines, you'll see, it might be hard to read, but they're in black, and all show up in different shapes and forms and sizes. Those are census blocks. And that is the mechanism to which you can actually track all of the data for this area. Now this purple area, you'll see, if I go back to this map, you'll see the darker purple extended out to the south, which is the right-hand corner of the CDP It stretched outside of the CDP boundary, and that's because that's what communities felt still was part of the city, even though it's not part of the census designated place. And so after evaluating this and working with county staff, the recommendation was to basically, when we're coming up with the community plan boundary, to include this area as part of it, because the community recognizes it from local context. And what we've done is we've matched it to the census block so that it can then be tracked with quantifiable data. So what's shown on the screen here, this red, this would be the new boundary of Douglas City. The original one takes into account the CDP, and then what we've done is we're proposing an extension of it to reflect what the community envisions and sees with Douglas City action. So I want to show what this looks like with parcels. So this is with the parcel layer on. And then the parcels that are included. So all of the highlighted blue parcels would be included within the plan. Now, I want to make this point as we go through this, because this was a question by the Planning Commission. And the question was, wait, the blue parcels go beyond the red boundaries. And they do. The way that you select the parcels, if that boundary touches or intersects a parcel, that parcel gets folded in. You don't cut the parcel in 16ths and say 1/16 is included in the plan, the entire parcel gets folded in. So even though that boundary would be the red, some of the parcels are going to go outside of the boundary because they intersect that one. We have a list of all the APNs that would fall within this. County staff has that list. And so whenever a project comes in and they need to abide by the general plan or community plan, they would get flagged that they would need to abide by any additional goals or policies based on location within this plan. You will notice, though, up here toward the north end of Douglas City, that some parcels stretch into the Weaverville CDP. And they haven't talked about Weaverville boundary yet, but they stretch over. That's something that we'll have to work with county staff on, is determining how much of those parcels overlap and make a determination of where that parcel falls. So if the parcel falls within multiple community plans, we'll work with county staff to determine that. But what we're asking for the board today is to say, yes, does this boundary work? That red boundary work as the formal plan for the community space of this. So it's an existing community plan. The recommended community plan boundary, which was the new red line, includes 834 parcels, each with their own unique APN or assessor parcel number, and it covers 35,143 acres.
Could you go back one slide there?
Sure.
And is the upper right hand corner there, the community that's kind of divided there? Yeah, you're a little bit below that. Was that the community of Poker Bar?
This one?
Yes.
I believe so, but I would need to confirm. The only area that we recommended a modification from what the census already recognizes as Douglas City formally was this southern extension that follows the river. It's not to say that the board, and this is a planning commission recommendation, I'll state that. And it's not to say that the board can't make modifications to this and add additional areas. What we would recommend is if we're adding areas to the what would be considered Douglas City community boundary, we want to make sure that those areas align with the census blocks. So if we were to include this development, we would align the census blocks to pull it in so that we can actually have quantifiable data, and the county has quantifiable data moving forward. Once this plan is done, we're no longer.
All right, so I was having a little bit of a hard time following you there just because of your speaker, I think. So that right-hand side that's outside the red line there in the corner that we were just talking about includes Poker Bar, correct?
I believe so.
So I would think that Poker Bar as a whole should be inside the Douglas City boundaries.
And that can be that can be done. We can add the parcels that are shown there, the remaining development, and pull it in. It would be reflected. What we would do is try to match up the census blocks to encompass it, and that boundary would be the same.
Yeah, that would be fine. It'd be hard to split up Poker Bar the way that it looks right now. I don't know if that's upper and lower Poker Bar there, but I would think anything down Poker Bar Road and west of Old Ohio Hill, I guess, would be considered Douglas City.
Okay. And I just for the board, I turned my camera off just because I know you can't hear me, so I'm holding my webcam in my hand. So the camera was on again.
So you might want to bring your microphone a little bit closer to you. You're kind of breaking up here.
Okay, is that better?
Mm-hmm. So let me just ask that again. That inclusion of all of Poker Bar is okay with you? The right-hand side of that little block we just talked about?
Yes, that is okay. We would encompass it with consensus blocks, but make sure it's all. Yes.
Can you go back to the census block layer? Sorry, Rick. So Supervisor Gokin, the census blocks are in blue.
The census blocks are in black. They're these black
Oh,
lines.
black, yeah.
The blue is the CSD, the pink is the CDP, and the purple shading, that's all the community responses layered on each other for what they believe that was.
Correct. I just wanted you to be able to see the census blocks and see if you're comfortable.
One more time.
I asked him to turn that layer on because with the black, you can see your census blocks. I wanted to make sure that you're comfortable.
With the one he's at right now?
I think he goes down and left, right, Brent?
Right.
Yeah, essentially these census blocks where I'm circling would get pulled in.
Would be Douglas City?
Yes. And then what I would do is if that was the direction from the board, I would confirm with county staff to make sure that those are all fully correct.
That would be fine.
Can you go back to the version that showed all the parcels? I have pulled up the Trinity County parcel viewer, and I'm clicking on a number of the parcels, and I'm trying to figure out how to describe it to you. On the parcels that are inside that boundary line up there in the very north or upper right corner, those all show as Douglas City on the parcel viewer map. On the opposite side of that, so when you move out of the very busy section of that, but just to the right of that we're talking about potentially moving in, it's interesting, some of those show as Douglas City and some of them show as Lewiston. And then all of those that are kind of a busy section just directly right of that area show up as Lewiston. So I don't know what difference that makes. And if we're talking about confusion and clarity, and I don't have a dog in this hunt, it doesn't matter to me. I get the sense, because I attended a Poker Bar meeting, those folks are trying to act as a community, so it seemed like they would all be considered the same versus splitting them up between Douglas City and Lewiston. I just don't know if we're complicating something when I look at this parcel viewer map versus what we're doing here. So I welcome input from our planning staff or the consultants or anybody just to make sure we make an informed decision.
Well, I would definitely like to say something about that. So just over the time that I've been here, I've noticed several discrepancies with land, specific parcels not being updated over a year or two from a lot line adjustment or a merger. And so this would be the time to go through and verify every single one of those. So once these decisions are made, every bit of that has got to be straightened up. So the county has been working on that for an amount of time, but it's just one of those things where every time one thing changes, another thing changes. So verifying all of them is really a real high priority for me, especially if any of them are going to be changed, just to make sure that the ones that already are there are actually correct.
Thank you. And so from a planning professional's standpoint, you don't have a concern about whether it's over here or if it's over there, but wherever it ends up, we have to align everything to reflect that. Is that a fair statement?
That's exactly what I would.
Okay, yeah. And I know that we just did a whole rezoning from an elections standpoint that is different than all these other things we're talking about. So I'm not worried about that part of it. But okay, so I just want to make sure I understood, because as I was clicking on this area to see where it was and confirming, like you were saying, Liam, that this was that poker bar area and what was included, that's when I started to see all these Lewiston items. And again, it doesn't sound like that matters. We can clean that up afterwards if this is the way we want to go.
Right, and in that area there, even the blue and the black, up until the census in 2020, was considered Douglas City.
Okay.
The only time, it's only been, I guess, 3 years now that Poker Bar has not been in the boundaries of Douglas City.
Gotcha.
So I would think, and knowing the people in Poker Bar, that they definitely feel more Douglas City than Lewiston. Most of their kids go to school in Douglas City or the high school. They pick up their mail in Douglas City. And it's kind of an easy break right there, Poker Bar Road. And we'll say east of that would be a different district, Poker Bar Road, and west would be Douglas City.
And just a clarification then from the consultants, since I can't jump ahead and look at the parcel viewer at the same time on my device, but does your proposed Lewiston boundary include this part of Poker Bar area and that would be another adjustment? Or did you already draw lines that were not into this area anyway for Lewiston?
I'd have to scroll to Lewiston to confirm. I mean, there's been a lot of adjustments on these maps over the last few months. But when we get to that point, we can, if we want to hold off on this one, we'll on to another one.
Brent, if the board were to move forward with this adjustment right here, what would the language look like to incorporate what we're adding?
The language would just be to proceed with the planning commission recommendation with the modification to include parcels located along X road, X canyon, or part of X development. And then we would make those adjustments.
So maybe I'm just not hearing well. It sounded like you said X road and X canyon. You're just kind of saying fill in the blank.
Correct.
So I'm asking you to fill in the blank.
Well, in this case, the recommendation would be to proceed with the planning commission recommendation boundary for Douglas City with additional modification of including the Poker Bar into the Poker Bar development. And that would be it. The directions from that point is pretty clear. Us as the consultant would work with county staff to include that development area within census blocks and modified boundaries.
Okay. Did somebody else capture the language better than me? Because I'm having trouble hearing well.
Just copying what Liam said, including you could what Brent said, amending it, but to add the entirety of Poker Bar Road and west of that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. That seems to make sense. And then we can work with, this is Bella, Brent, but we can work with you to, make sure that that's included.
Okay.
And I did look ahead to see, and from what I can tell, this will also be adjusting the Lewiston, because the Lewiston basically came right up to the Douglas City. And so we'll just be shifting one to the right and one to the left, and it should be good.
You want to pull that up while I do public comment?
I have it on page 676 is where some of that's happening. If we want to jump there. I'm making the assumption that we're going by the bold red boundaries that are proposed.
To clarify, you want me to move forward to the Lewiston?
Yeah, just for the point of seeing where these overlap. And it is interesting based on your comments earlier about how the area, if a parcel touches the boundary, then it's this or that. And just like you said, where we might have some that are going to be in Douglas City, but that overlap into Weaverville, we'll have to figure out how that plays out. Clearly, the same thing is going to happen here because when you show the Lewiston maps and the parcel view of it, this whole area that we're showing is clearly, so you can see, there it is right there. And even all the ones across the river probably touch the boundary. So we just have to clean it up afterwards. But if we believe that that's the right separation point, then yeah, it sounds like we can just clean it up afterwards.
You
Yeah,
can't
so-
just because it's identified as part of the CSD, it doesn't mean that we could modify what the county sees as the boundary for the purposes of.
Okay. And if you could just go back to show the purple, I'll call it preference map that showed where people were drawing the community boundaries.
For Lewiston or for Douglas City?
For now, Lewiston, since we're here. I just want to see how deep the purple is. Pretty deep. But the same, I assume the same is true if we go back to the Douglas City map, that was pretty deep purple over there as well. So, okay. All right, I think we can go back to.
So
Douglas
do
City.
the majority of those parcels in question, like we see that the Lewiston folks feel like they include that and the Douglas City folks feel like they include it. I'm wondering what the addresses say.
Well, that's why I was looking, I don't know if the parcel viewer is the way that looks, but in the parcel viewer, this whole block that looks like there's a subdivision, if you will, of the block over there, those all show up as Lewiston on the parcel viewer. Whereas the ones to the left of that all show up, or 99% of them show up as Douglas City.
Okay.
Just to confirm, parcel viewer is addressing data.
Okay.
And so Brent, you're there faster than I am. Would you back up and add the purple layer to the Douglas City? Yeah, it's lighter purple there on Douglas City than it was on Lewiston.
Okay. I think, as Supervisor Gogan, well, as we're getting into motion and discussion, so I'll wait.
Okay. All right, so we're going to open this now to public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none. Is there any on Zoom?
Trinity Alps Canacraft.
Hello, board. This is Matt Jefferson in Trinity Center. I'm just looking at all these maps. I guess my real concern, probably doesn't even matter that I'm saying this, but I'm just really worried about my personal property rights of my property in Trinity Center. On those maps, there's so many maps, it's kind of hard for me to understand. But the Board of Supervisors recommended map you can look at with the parcel boundaries. And that goes right through the middle of my parcel. And then all the Planning Commission boundary maps do this wide stretched area all around Trinity Center. It's just Carol Fall and Pat Frost have a very biased and closed political view on what they want that community to be. Obviously, I don't agree with that. They want a community that's free of cannabis, that promotes tourism and retirement, that is really leaving all of the working class out. I wish I had the parcel number. It's 791 Rancheria Creek Road. But I have had these people have been directly attacking me for 7 years, trying to run my vegetable farm and my cannabis farm out of the North Lake area. And I'm just really concerned about expanding that boundary beyond the Board of Supervisors recommendations and the Community Services District, because I feel that it's going to jeopardize the personal property rights of the people that make a living off their land, because this is not what Carol Fall and Pat Frost agree with. They don't want that in the community. I'm not
So
really.
Matt, I'm going to pause you for 1 second. Ashley, stop your time. And you'll have opportunity here again, because we're not on the Trinity Center community boundary right now. This discussion and the
apologize.
action. No, you're fine. You're fine. And I let you go too, because I wanted to hear where your confusion lies, because there's a couple of pieces that I hear you saying that I think that the consultant can clean up for you to help out. But this particular discussion, we are talking about the Douglas City community boundary specifically, and that is the feedback that we're looking for. So,
I'm super sorry. I
no, you're
apologize.
fine. You're perfectly fine. And again, I didn't stop you sooner because I wasn't exactly sure what all you wanted to say. But I'm going to let you reserve those 50 seconds you've got left, and you can use those, because we've heard your feelings a bit about the Trinity Center area, and you can certainly jump in with the rest of those comments when we get to that point. Is that agreeable to you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you bet. So, and I know this is confusing for everybody. We've got eight communities that we're looking at. Where did the mapping lines fall? We're taking them one by one, so that lumping them together will be very confusing for everybody. This is confusing enough. And so we are on Douglas City right now. So is there anybody else that would like to make public comment specifically with regard to the Douglas City lines, knowing that the other communities are coming, and you can jump in then as well? So Ashley, do you see any other hands?
I have no other raised hands.
Okay, with that, we're going to close public comment on this, bring it back to the board, and entertain a motion on the Douglas City lines.
So I would make a motion to extend that line out to what either works for the planning commission as Poker Bar Road and west and 299, and I guess that would be northwest would be added to Douglas City. The inclusion of Poker Bar in its entirety is what I'm trying to map out there. So you could, if it's easier, it could even be west of Old Ohio Hill to be included in the Douglas City boundaries, which would include all of Poker Bar. And then you could say southwest, I guess you might call it, or northwest of Highway 299 as the barrier on that side.
299.
Ashley, are you comfortable? Okay.
So you said, just for clarification, that as pleases the planning commission?
Say it again.
Part of your motion was contingent upon pleasing the planning commission or to their approval? Yeah. So the motion is to include their recommended with those changes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, with Poker Bar in its entirety being added to the Douglas City map.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a second?
I will second that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I think it's important that we bring that map back up and we look at this corner, because depending on where that line gets drawn, the block that I was looking at that could potentially also be included includes properties on Lewiston Road. And I know that I can't say that. I believe that those property owners believe they're part of Lewiston and would not want to be pulled in. So, and then I'm hearing Brent saying, well, we need to stay within census lines, but I don't know if staying within census lines distinguishes those that are right in that poker bar area versus those that are really part of Lewiston and physically on Lewiston Road. So I don't know if you can't get very clear and up close here, but perhaps, does the parcel viewer map show census lines? I see black lines, but I don't think those are census lines.
But I've got parcel viewer on my little phone here, and Poker Bar Road does end, so Poker Bar Road in its entirety.
Including Quad P and Rio Lane.
But
Including
not Lewiston Road.
Quad P and Rio.
and Rio.
And not including anything on Lewiston Road, which I would imagine is Herb Shop and Old Ohio Hill there, correct?
On the other side of the river. Yeah, you're almost gonna have to use the river as the boundary. Poker Bar Road and then the river is the boundary, the way the parcels are all set up there. And then on everything to the other side of the river is Lewiston, and then those are the ones that fall into, but up to the Lewiston Road there to some degree.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how that line gets drawn for the purposes of what we're describing here and how it matches up with census lines, but I think what I hear you describing is right.
If you're comfortable using the river as a boundary, we can work with the general plan team and
That's fine, as
figure it
long as
out.
it encompasses Quad P and Rio.
Got it.
That'd be fine.
Liam? Put your finger on there and show me where you think. If we had an interactive way to show the parcel viewer right now so everybody could see what we're talking about, that'd be great. Well, yeah, these are all on the river, right?
Okay, these are all on the river here.
And this is where these are on Lewiston Road.
These are the still Lewiston Road.
Right there, right there.
Going right down here.
Yeah, right.
So my break would want to be to somewhere down here comes Poker Bar Road. It splits off the left and the right. One side being Quad P.
I'm just gonna have, we're having Bella from the planning group come up and just kind of see what we're describing, if it's gonna have to be interpreted.
So my definition would be, as you go down Poker Bar Road, across the two bridges, you come to a T in the road. The right side is Rio Lane. The left side is Quad P. Yeah, I would like to be Quad P is just left. If you go right on at that T, Rio's right, Quad P is left.
Okay.
It goes all the way down past Society Hall and to this area here. I do not want to have anything, or don't need to have anything that's Lewiston, Old Lewiston Road and these parcels there suggested.
Good job.
This.
Yeah, so it's like
just-
this goes this way.
Yeah, I don't think that Poker Bar, Rio, Quad P should be broken up at all.
I can send you a screenshot too.
So this is on the share
Oh.
screen now if you want to
Oh.
describe
Oh.
to people.
We can't move it.
Let's see. Can you, who's controlling it?
You want to come over here and
Do you not? Doesn't have any of this?
Actually, Bella might be the better one to drive since she just listened to our description.
I don't think this encompasses what we're talking about.
No, I'm trying to get there.
Get
Oh,
to it.
okay. That's Union Hill right there, right?
Where am I? There we go. It's right here, isn't it?
Yep, you're right in there.
It's further over. It's right there where your mouse was. That's the part right there.
So, Bella, So I think what we're talking about is, Bella, if you can just clarify, why don't you show with the cursor what you understand we're saying? And then we can confirm it, but just so everybody can see, including the public that are possibly listening in. So if you just use the cursor perhaps, or if you want to use a markup there, you could, but.
Okay, so right here, right? Everything to the right of the mouse is Lewiston, and everything to the left, including Poker Bar and Rio, is in Douglas City.
Quad P.
Quad P, including Quad P, which I wrote all that down for later.
Agreed.
And can you help Ashley with language for that so that when the minutes come back, I don't want there to be discrepancy?
Yes. We'll work together on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Paula.
So then do we need Supervisor Gogan to further modify his motion to include the language that will come from planning? Or are we good?
Are you clear on what he's looking for in his motion, or would you prefer him to amend that?
It would probably be better to restate it.
Okay.
Right? Just
Yeah.
people later on. Yeah. Okay, so what I've gotten is we're adopting the planning commission's recommendation, amending it to include adding Poker Bar in its entirety and west, but more specifically, making sure that we include Rio Lane, Quad and Quad P in the Douglas City Community Plan boundaries.
Perfect.
Accept that.
Does
Did
he
I
ever-
say, who seconded that? Heidi?
Yeah, I agree with the
Yes,
amendment.
I was saying that is perfect.
All right.
All right. Okay, any further discussion? All right.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Hi. Perfect. All right, Brent, moving on to number 2.
Okay, can you hear?
Kind of, until you cut out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go. Very nice. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm trying on a phone this time, so we're gonna try something different.
That's helpful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. So the next community that we're going to evaluate is Hayfork. So we're going to start with the aerial. This will become familiar as we walk through all of these. Again, this is the Planning Commission recommendation. This is the base map. This pink line here, this is the census designated place boundary. Overlap that with the community responses. You'll see that the darker purple actually aligns pretty much well centered where the CDP currently is and what the census evaluates data-wise. Overlay this with the fire protection district. Now in this case, the fire protection district does run south toward Highway 36, which includes PNET, but the majority of it falls within the census designated boundary and where the community perceives Hayfork to be. We're turning on the census blocks. This is all of the black lines in different shapes here. And as part of this, the proposed boundary for Hayfork, the recommendation that we brought forth to Planning Commission and what they're recommending to the board is to actually have the community plan boundary just mirror the census designated boundary for the CDP. So this red boundary has no proposed modifications to be recognized as a community plan. So the existing CDP boundary for Hayfork would become the community plan boundary. So this shows the parcels that fall within it. And again, it shows the parcels lit up because there are some that are on the fringe. We had talked about some that, you know, intersect but aren't fully contained within it. And so the recommended community plan boundary includes just over 1,600 parcels with the unique APN and covers around 63,000 acres of land. I'll be able to answer any questions.
So going back to that map there, can you show me how far out that goes on Wildwood Road? Does that go all the way out to 36?
It does not go all the way out to 36, no. The existing CDP boundary goes just south of the fairgrounds. Not quite to Peanut. And Peanut itself is its own community. So the reason why this boundary doesn't include Peanut because it aligns with the board direction to maintain the existing 5 plans as they stand now. And the Hayfork plan currently does not fold in any other adjacent communities.
On the left-hand side there, you have a little bit of a community inside and outside of the red line.
You're talking about right here?
No, the west side actually would be, it looks like, yeah, there you go. I like that to be included inside the community plan boundaries.
For those who are not seeing this, I have my mouse on the screen. It's on the far upper left-hand corner.
Yes.
And let me check to see how many of those actually fall within the boundaries. So there would just need to be the addition of a few parcels here. I know Bella is in the room and she'd probably see it on her parcel viewer as well. So it would be the incorporation of these parcels here to complete it, if that was the direction by the board.
And then another change down just above Peanut where it says Peanut there. There's a small right there. I'd like to have that incorporated inside the community plan also.
Chair, if I could, I'd like to make a statement.
Mhm.
We really need to be thinking about this kind of stuff because, I'm talking about the expansion area, the areas of expansion, because remember, we're not trying to encompass what Hayfork is now or Douglas City is now. This is up to 2050. So those roads that you're pointing out like that on the upper left-hand side, if there are any more expansion that's going to be going on up that way, this is really where you would capture that as well. Because remember, it's not just what it is now, it's what you envision as happening. So we don't want to make them smaller necessarily, but it's where they morph into accepting these other areas over the next 20 years. I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you. Yep.
So thinking about Hayfork and Highway 3 as it comes off the summit there, I don't envision a lot of extra building going on between the east side of Hayfork and the summit. But possibly on the last part that I just picked out there, the left or the bottom left, I guess the west side of Hayfork there. If Ed is trying to say that we should expand both of those spots a little bit more because of possible expansion in the community there, I would be for that. I don't want to leave anybody out or cut this map short, knowing what it might take to get someone back into the community plan. So I will go back, and if it's easier for you to look just above Peanut there, which we did a little bit earlier. If we can drop that, yep, if you can come down and go just below where you're talking about now. Yeah, right in there. I think that would be a fair boundary on that side of my district. And then the left-hand side of that, where we were at just a minute ago. I don't want to predict the future, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of building going on there. But just to be safe, I would expand that just a little bit. Like I said, we don't know what's going to happen over the next 20, 30 years. So it's probably not a bad idea.
It looks like the area south of Hay Fork between Peanut, looks like it straddles Peanut Mill Camp Road and Salt Creek.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be part of the motion if that was desired by the board. I think that gives some geographic boundary to it.
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Do you want to go past Rattlesnake or
No.
just stop at Rattlesnake?
Yeah, we can
maybe?
stop there. That'd be fine.
I would just like to ask, so I'm trying to be sensitive to the fact we had this discussion a few minutes ago, or a little bit more than that, saying that we really wanted to make sure that the Planning Commission felt empowered to do what they're there to do, and we want them to give their input and their decisions, and then we decide, and that's what we're doing now. But I would like to know, did the Planning Commission discuss some of the things that we're discussing and actively choose not to make these changes, or did they just not discuss these possible changes? Because it's one thing to just, we're thinking of something that maybe they didn't, or we're voting against something that they specifically didn't want to do.
I can respond.
Okay.
I can take a shot at it first. What I remember from the meeting, there wasn't that much discussion about the Hay Fork boundaries. I feel like that actually went through fairly smoothly. So I don't remember us talking about Peanut or anything, really. Go ahead, Brent.
So the Planning Commission, the same format that we're presenting to the board today was presented to the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission walked through each community, reviewed it, had discussion, and then made a recommendation. They aligned with the original recommendation that the boundaries of the CDP now covered everything that was considered Hay Fork. It fell within the fire boundary. It fell within what the community perceived Hay Fork is. And so after evaluating that, the Planning Commission felt no further discussion to look beyond any of the expansion points.
Okay.
Director Presley, did you mention to them the same thing you kind of mentioned to us, to think in terms of growth? And did that conversation come up at all?
No, it did not.
Sure, that's fair.
What made me think of it was the way Supervisor Gogan was just looking at those areas. I wish I had thought about it before, but I didn't even think about it until I just saw him doing that. So, I mean, it's a fair statement.
Sure. But it doesn't seem to me that we are negating what they thought. We've had another thought. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's why I was trying to clarify.
Great.
I know we're not seeing the census boundaries in this particular review, but it does, I'm guessing that what we're asking to change will be cutting up census boundaries to add to our boundary.
That is correct. We try to avoid that because it skews data. For example, if you cut a census boundary, census block in half, and you report the block, well, it's not accurate because you've diced it up. The only other community plan that we've run into that issue with is the Trinity Center one, which we'll get to. That's the last one that we're going to review. And the Planning Commission understood that the data would be skewed if you cut the blocks up, but they felt it was more important to try to align it closer to the CSD in that respect.
And just help us again understand the significance of, if we cut it up and this data is off, what I'll ask the question, so what?
Well, if the data is off and the county goes to pull data on an area for whatever purposes, it's inaccurate because you can't count a census block that you cut in half. Where was it cut in half? Was it cut in half on a road, a river, a ridge? So that census block becomes a moot point. You wouldn't count it, which then throws it throws the data off for the community plan in itself. Because what we tried doing was having the community plan match up with the CSD, with the CDPs, and really the census block. So you can track change in these areas over the next 20 to 30 years. But if you start cutting census blocks, they're a moot point. You couldn't use it.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to, it wasn't a smart aleck, so what? It was I really want to understand what's the so what. So thank you.
So Brent, can you, in the areas that they're wishing to expand, is it feasible to just go ahead and add the whole census block, even though the lines look a little odd?
You could, yeah. So in this instance, if I put my mouse on the screen here, if you were to include that area, the development that's really being talked about is in here. So what would happen is if it fell into this census block, this entire census block would light up, and that would be considered Hayfork. This census block, which kind of curves up to the north, would get included into it, and that would be considered Hayfork too.
And then was there something down towards Peanut as well?
Yeah, the down near Peanut, it would actually bordered. So this census block here is quite large. That would encompass the Peanut area, but that census block rides where Peanut is. So we would need to look at where it falls. Because that census block is quite large, and on this map, I can't see if Peanut's included in it or if it's on the edge.
It looks like it's included where the dot is, but maybe that's not fully accurate.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
well, then another question that just comes up in my mind is, how does this become problematic if we choose to do it? Are there ways that it does?
It becomes problematic to expand the boundary?
In other words, I kind of am asking my same question upside down. First, I said, can we just go ahead and include all of a census block if it incorporates the area that they are needing, even though the lines look funny? And I heard the answer to be, no, that's fine. We could do that. Then the data stays with its integrity. And then is there any reason, like when we're looking down at Peanut, you had said, well, we shouldn't go down to Peanut because that is its own community. And we have just a community plan here, not an area plan, but we need that whole census block, and now we're embarking or encroaching on that. And I want to know if there's a problem with that.
There is no problem because this isn't like a formalized census piece. It's like this is specifically due to local context of the county. So if the board wants to extend the Hayfork's boundary down to include that census block and Peanut gets looped in, it would be the same scenario that's happening in the Trinity Center area, where there's other neighboring areas that are getting folded in, and up there it's due to the CDT. The same thing can be done here.
Okay, thanks. Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, so let's open this to public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hand.
Okay, I'll bring it, close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gogan, would you like to make a motion?
So are we making a motion here on exact boundaries, how wide we're going here on?
Would you like Bella's help on that as
Yeah.
well with what we've captured? Okay.
Go ahead, Bill.
This is my interpretation. Feel free to amend.
Right.
I'm hearing that you would like to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation, amending the boundary to include census blocks that would allow you to include Peanut.
Okay, so now, okay.
And the northwest section, I want to say. I don't know if we want to use a different adjective there or direction to encompass, but making sure that we're including entire census blocks.
Got it.
Okay. And it looks like there's 3 census blocks total that we're adding. Do you concur, Brent?
I concur.
Okay. So there's our motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So motion by Supervisor Gogan, second by Supervisor Lutweiler.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, thank you. Brent, moving on.
Okay, so on to Highland Palms. So we're running through the same thing again. Here's your aerial shot. This is the Planning Commission recommendation, the base map. Here is the designated CDP by the census. The community response here, you can tell was one person did the mapping and they felt High and Palm was this huge shape. So that's their perceived view of how far High and Palm extends. In this case, we included the CSD. The CSD is far beyond what the CDP is, and that is the blue line here.
Wow.
We turned on the census blocks, which are all the black lines. And in this case, the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to maintain the community plan boundary as the same as what the CDP boundary is. So it's the same recommendation that was done for Hayfork. This map shows the parcels turned on. And this one shows the parcels that would be included. Then some of these around the fringe touch or slightly intersect, as we've discussed in previous conversation. So the High and Palm, this would be a new community plan. It's not an existing one. With this boundary that was shown on the previous map, and I'll roll back to it in a second, it includes 1,095 acres, parcels, and the amount of acres it covers is 22,278. I'll go back here so you can see this, and I'll hand it over to the chair.
Okay, thank you.
If I may.
Uh-huh.
Brent, on this map, there in the somewhat lower left corner, there looks to be quite a little bit of a development that is just outside of it. Can you show us what we would have to pull in from a census border block perspective to include that, if that was something we thought we should do?
Sure. If we were to include that, it would be these. It would be this block here, and this is actually a small block on this bottom end. So it'll be 1, 2, 3.
Well, I've only been to High and Palm once, so I don't have enough knowledge to weigh in on that. I just noticed that development that looked similar to the kinds of things we were pulling in on Hayfork. So I defer to the people who have more knowledge about that area.
I'm wondering why you wouldn't want to go with the CSD.
You don't necessarily, the reason why we didn't go all the way out to the CSD is the amount of development is so limited. And it's even like the community of High and Palm is more concentrated. If this applied to this entire area, all this very rural development will get folded into the same types of goals and policies that affect the center of High and Palm, which is a different style of development.
Understood.
Also, we didn't extend it either because in this case, the entire census designated place is within the CSD boundary. So it's all covered. It's not as if a portion of it's not.
Sure, yeah.
So when you look on the parcel map, Rick, that corner that you were referring to is quite a distance from what I would consider
the heart of
the heart of High and Palm, where the because there's quite a bit of land between. That would kind of be a far reach.
Yeah, I agree with you. You'll just have some of those properties, parcels that are just on the boundary will be a part of it, and then the rest of those that are near them won't be. But again, you're more familiar with that area and support whatever you think is right. You do have to pull in a pretty big physical area to include those maybe dozen parcels, so it may not be worth it.
Is there any public comment from High and Palm community?
So we're getting there.
Okay.
Once your questions are answered, are you ready for that?
I think it's
Hopefully someone's out there.
Yeah,
So let's open public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, with that, we will close public comment, and there's your help, Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Yeah.
I think it would be good for you guys to have your conversation in the mic so the public
Oh,
can,
sorry.
that's all right, be aware of what you're kind of thinking. It would be good.
Go ahead, say what you're saying.
So what I was talking to Supervisor Carpenter Harris about was left-hand corner of that. It is quite a ways away. I imagine that's about 5 or 6 miles from downtown Palm. But there has been some development there, and you know, we don't know what's going to happen in the next 20 or 30 years here. Although I'm not the supervisor of this district, I would think that we might want to include, and I think it included 3 more census blocks to include that left-hand, kind of lower left-hand portion there of development. Yeah, right in that area right there. I guess there must be a census line right underneath the pink. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Okay. Yeah, so it would take just underneath that pink line, that census block, the big one below that, and then the one to the left, right where you're at now, would encompass the area that I'm talking about.
I would imagine that this community probably considers itself high and palm, much like some of the outlying areas as in the Trinity Center conversation. It'd probably be wise to include that if we can.
Yeah. If the boundary didn't touch some of those parcels, I would think, oh, just leave them alone.
Cutting it in half, sort of,
But,
or
yeah.
it's taking a chunk out. So you might as well include the whole chunk.
So your motion is to add those 3 boundaries?
Yes.
Census blocks, I should say.
Yes, my motion would be to accept the planning commission with the adjustment of the, what do we call the lower left, including that subdivision area. Do we have a name for that?
So did you want to include the 3 census
Yes.
districts? Census boundaries that were pointed out by our consultant?
Yes. Yes, please, including the 3 census blocks pointed out by the consultant. I was just trying to look on the parcel map to see the distance and.
So do we have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. And I would just like some feedback from planning staff that we're very clear on which 3 we're adding. Are you guys comfortable? Because we can describe it again and show you.
Yeah, I think I understand the right where his mouth.
1, 2, 3.
It looks like Brent understands. So
Yeah.
I think we'll be all right.
Okay, great. So any further discussion? All right, motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Lutwiler.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Perfect. All right, Brent.
Okay, next, Community Junction City. So here's an aerial. The base map. Pink line is the census designated place by the census, so CDP. The purple here is the community feedback of what they perceive to be Junction City and its boundaries. You'll see that it does extend south towards Soldier Creek, Dutch Creek, and it does extend up Canyon Creek as well. Outline this with the Fire Protection District, which also runs north to south. Down towards Soldier Creek and up Canyon Creek. In this map, we turn on the census blocks. So the original, so this is where I'm going to slow this down a bit. The original boundary that was proposed to the Planning Commission was this boundary shown here in the red, which maintained the the CDP boundary as identified by the census. And within that original, here were the parcels. And then here were the parcels that were touching or covered that'll be included within the boundary. And that existing one was to 623 parcel numbers and just shy of 28,000 acres. But the Planning Commission, during its review of Junction City, proposed modifications to what was originally presented. They felt that the inclusion of Canyon Creek parcels, Soldier Creek parcels to the south, Dutch Creek parcels to the south, included areas that had development where they considered themselves to be Junction City. And the community responses as part of the online mapping exercise show that as well. And that was that purple that stretched to the north through Canyon and to the south to Soldier and Dutch Creek. So the recommendation by Planning Commission is this: aerial, base map. There's the CDP. The community responses, Planning Commission recognized these. Fire protection district, that was another reason based on the recommendation, is those areas are served by the same fire protection district. The census blocks sorry, runway on this mouse. The census blocks are huge. There's larger areas. So that's why the proposed expansion here is so large, because we're trying to maintain that quantifiable data set without cutting it. So this would be the proposed expansion by the Planning Commission. And then this would be the Planning Commission's recommended boundary for Junction City. So it does expand north and south. That reflects the boundaries, not only of the CSD, it reflects the boundaries of the community, and it also is all still within the fire protection district. This new boundary, here's the parcels. Here are the parcels that fall within it, all lit up in blue. And then this is a comparison. So on the top, you can see this is the original Junction City boundary that we brought forth to Planning Commission, 623 parcels, 27,918 acres. The recommendation to expand it up Canyon Creek and down to Soldier and Dutch Creek went from 623 to 759 parcels, and from 27,000 it went to 64,000 acres.
And that's without
so that is the recommendation.
I was going to say, and that's without including the entire census blocks that were carved up just to get this. Is that correct?
No, this is inclusive of all the census blocks without carving them.
Oh,
that
okay.
cover the areas that Planning Commission wanted included.
Oh, okay. I thought this was one where they were divided up.
You're thinking of Trinity Center is where we cut the parcels.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And so the recommendation by Planning Commission is this lower one with the expanded acreage and the extension into Soldier, Dutch, and Soldier Creek, Dutch Creek, and Canyon Creek.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Chair?
Thank you. Okay, so Supervisor Carpenter Harris, how are you feeling about that?
I like the expanded. I like the expanded version much better.
Okay, any questions of anyone?
No.
All right, let's open this to public comment. Any in the room? And we do have someone on Zoom.
Have to reset the clock.
Sure.
Amanda.
Hi, Amanda Berger, Junction City. I grew up here and I know all the corners of every nook and cranny and site. So this was more on the recommendation that I had hoped to see. So I just wanted to express my appreciation that that did expand, because those outlying communities are very much a part of Junction City still. So anyways, just wanted to say thank you. That looks great.
Good, thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
All right, that we will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Carpenter Harris, you would care to make a motion?
I would like to. I would like to make a motion that we accept the Planning Commission's recommendation of the expanded parcel map, or the expanded boundaries maps, rather. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Is everything in there? Yes,
No,
get in
you're
there.
I will second.
All right, any further discussion? Right, so motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right, with that, we are half done. Brent, back to you.
Okay, on to Lewiston. So this, Lewiston is going to mirror the same discussion we had with Junction City. There was originally a map brought forward for Planning Commission review and recommendation, and Planning Commission ended up making some modifications to that as part of their recommendation to you, the board. So I'm going to walk through the original map that was presented to the Planning Commission, and then we'll walk through what they modified and so this is the original one. This is the aerial, a base map. The CDP for Lewiston is here in the pink. And as mentioned in the beginning of our discussion, it does abut the Douglas City one at Poker Bar. So this is the community responses. So the darkest purple, yes, it aligns exactly with where the CDP is, but it does extend up for toward the dam and up toward the lake. We overlay the CSD, which primarily is located within the CDP. It does go north and south of the existing CDP boundaries. And then we turn on the census blocks. These are all these dark lines here. And so as part of this, we were recommending as county staff and the consultant team of expanding what would be known as the Lewiston community plan boundary further to the north. One, to capture the CSD boundary here, some of it here, but really to reflect that darker purple, which is the perceived locale, or what people perceive as Lewiston being. So the darker purple pretty much rounds out in this area. So that was the recommendation made by county staff originally. So this is what that would look like with the expansion. And then this was the boundary that was recommended to the Planning Commission at the meeting. These are the parcels that were located within that. This just highlights them so you can see. And what we originally brought forward was about 985 parcels, which spanned about 23,500 acres. And yes, this is an existing community plan. It's not a new one. The Planning Commission recommendation was to include the Pine Grove Marina and to ensure that that is folded in. Those up in the Pine Grove Cove Marina area, I believe they're part of Lewiston. I would assume that the parcel data that the county uses also has their address listed as Lewiston as well. So this was the recommendation by Planning Commission. So this next set of maps, the aerial, the base map, this is the CDP boundary. We'll look at the community responses, the CSD, our census blocks, and then this is the proposed expansion. So the Pine Cove Marina is up here, but it sits in a larger census block. So we don't really want to try to cut those census blocks where we can. So that's why it extends further north. So this is the Planning Commission's recommended boundary, which is different than it's modified than what we brought forward originally. This is what that boundary would look like. Here are the parcels within it. These are the parcels selected that would be included in the blue. And then this is the comparison. So what we brought forward originally had 985 parcels, about 23,500 acres. The Planning Commission recommendation really didn't include too many parcels in the north. The Pine Cove Marina was relatively close to the original boundary brought forward, but it did increase it up to 1,022 parcels and ups the acreage to about 27,009. I will hand this back to the chair.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lutweiler, how you doing? Comfortable with that? Okay. Any questions or discussion? All right, let's open this to public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Would you like to make a motion?
Move to approve the Planning Commission's expanded boundaries as presented.
I'll
second.
All right. Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. Okay. Moving on, Post Mountain.
Okay. So this is a PC recommendation. They didn't modify from what was brought forward to them originally. So there's not going to be the two-part piece here. But here's an aerial of Post Mountain. Again, Post Mountain was selected because it does have the highest population during peak seasons. in the county. And the board made a point after public comment to request that this area be evaluated for a community plan, and it was voted on today. Here's the base map. Here's the CDP in the pink. Here are the community responses received, which pretty much align with the CDP boundary. Here are the census blocks that are included within it. And then as part of this, when we brought this forward to the Planning Commission, we made a recommendation to modify the boundaries. One, to pull it down to Highway 36, mainly because Highway 36 is a perfect corridor for transit of goods and transit of people. And we felt that if it did not extend down there, it was a missed opportunity for this community plan to capitalize on its location adjacent to state highways that connects the county with other communities. Also, the purple responses of what the community perceives Post Mountain being extended a bit beyond the CDP boundaries. And we felt in alignment with county staff that we would recommend expanding the boundaries to cover as much of the purple areas as possible without getting into conflict with other community plan boundaries that are nearby. Now, these areas are quite large, as you can see, but then again, those align with the census blocks. So the blue areas is what was recommended by county staff and the consultant to the Planning Commission. Here's another view that shows you the expansion. This is what the proposed boundary would look like if the board was to decide based on Planning Commission recommendation.
It looks like you didn't advance this slide. Oh, my mistake. Sorry.
Little dot now.
Okay. Sorry, Brent.
And then this is, no worries. This is the parcels. I might have just got kicked out of Zoom. Hold on a second. Can you see the screen?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let's try this again. It kicked me off of your Zoom. I'm on Zoom on my phone. I open this back up. I'll just keep talking through this as I try to open this. The parcel layer that you saw includes the primary area of what Post Mountain is. And then the Planning Commission made a formal recommendation to move forward with the expanded boundaries.
As proposed by staff?
As proposed by county staff, yes. And Chair, I'm trying to log in, but it's saying that the Zoom link is no longer valid.
Okay, so with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will let our clerk and our consultant work this detail out, and we'll come back at, it's probably 49, so 2:54.
27 seconds, right?
Okay. So Brent, do we have you back?
I am here.
Perfect. Okay, so it's 2:55. We're back in session and we were looking at post-mountain boundaries and discussing additions that were made by the Planning Commission.
Correct.
And I believe you concluded your presentation, or did you get cut off in the middle?
I got cut off, but just right at the end. So the parcels on the screen, I showed the parcels that are within the Planning Commission recommended boundary. Then these are lit up so you can see which ones. You'll notice here that some of these larger parcels, which are quite large tracts, get pulled in because they intersect the boundary. And then here's the recommendation. Again, this is a new community plan. It doesn't currently exist. If it was voted on by the board based on PC recommendation, it would include 1,095 parcels. It would cover approximately 22,000 acres.
Okay, very good. And I spoke to Supervisor Frazier while we were at lunch, and he said he was comfortable with the Planning Commission recommendation. So there's that piece of feedback from him. Are there questions from anyone?
No, I like the larger down to Highway 36.
Okay. All right, we're going to open to public comment. Any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, that will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Somebody care to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to accept the recommendation for the Post Mountain Community Plan.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I will second.
All right, motion by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, second by Supervisor Gogan.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Chairman Cox?
Aye. Back to you, Brent.
Okay, onward to Weaverville. So this too is also a PC recommendation. So here's the aerial, the base map. This could get a little tricky, but here's a CDP. I'm just running my mouse here. And the CDP does share boundaries with both, not both, with Douglas City, I should say, I apologize. And comes back up. Now, here are the community responses in the purple, the CSD, which is the blue, and the Fire Protection District, which is the yellow. So the Fire Protection District is completely encased within the CSD, which is recognized by the census. The Fire Protection District is completely covered within the CSD. The CDP. Ooh, a lot of acronyms. The CSD goes beyond Weaverville. In this case, it stretches down south into the Douglas City area. You can tell that the concentrated purple, yes, it goes beyond the CSD boundary and the CDP boundaries, but it's pretty well defined in there. We turn on the census blocks. You can see that the census blocks are quite larger on the northern end, which would be the upper left-hand corner, as they extend out toward Junction City and the ridgeline. So as part of this, county staff, along with the consultant team, recommended to the Planning Commission to expand the boundaries of what's considered Weaverville. Expand them on three fronts. One, on the southwest, which hugs the ridgeline of 299 when it goes over to Junction City. Also extend it on the northwest, which moves up the ridgeline as well, kind of captures the valley that Weaverville sits in. And then also down here in the blue, down to the south, the southeast. Now, mainly the reason behind this was because one, it is encompassed within the Weaverville CSD, so they're already getting service in those areas. Development already exists there, and you'll see by the parcels when we turn that on. And again, the darker purple concentration, this is based on community feedback of what is perceived as Weaverville, extended beyond the CDP. And these recommended boundary expansions include and encompass that, and Planning Commission recognized that. So this right here, the red, this would be the new boundary. And then these blue teal areas, those are the areas that were recommended by county staff to expand. So this is what the boundary would look like, the proposed boundary. When we turn on the parcels, you can see that the expansion areas do include areas of development. I'm outlining it in my map here, outlining it here, and then up in here as well. Those were not captured within the original census boundary. If we turn this on to see which parcels are covered, you can tell it's quite a large area. Again, we're going to have to look at the fringe areas that encroach on Lewiston, encroach on Douglas City, and make a determination with county staff. This is an existing community plan, so we're maintaining that community plan moving forward. Just the Planning Commission is recommending expanding its boundaries. So the recommended boundary includes 2,252 parcels and spans just about 27,500 acres. I will leave this to the board. Chair?
Okay, thank you. Could you go back to where you at? Yep, right there. So remind me again, when we have parcels where a line runs through it, the whole parcel is included. It's just that we have to show it. We're trying to keep integrity with our census blocks, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct. Okay. So you're right, in cases here along the fringe with Douglas City and even with Lewiston, depending on these larger parcels, we'll need to work with, if the board is okay with the red boundary, any parcels that overlap into multiple areas, we'll work with county staff to determine, one, what's the current address as it stands now? I think that's an important thing that Supervisor Lutweiler brought up. And then secondly, how much of it crosses into some of the boundaries, and that'll be a determination as well. If 3/4 of the parcel lands within Douglas City, the likelihood of it being in Douglas City is high, unless its address says Weaverville, then we would probably go with what the address says in that case. But we can make those final determinations with county staff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And if I'm reading this right, there's portions then of Rush Creek Road, Bear Creek Road that are up to the northeast that are just outside of the boundary.
There are, yes.
Yeah. And there's quite a few up there. They'll be outside of any particular community plan because they're not in the Lewiston plan. There wouldn't be in this one as it's presented, correct?
Correct, but they would still fall under the umbrella of the entire general plan.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
And from the preference mapping, it didn't go up that far as a deep purple at all, did it? Yeah, a little bit.
It petered out. It did. It wasn't as concentrated as the other areas that county staff recommended expanding.
And can you show the parcel view again?
Sure.
So there, this section is the one that I was wondering about. I don't know how you feel about that.
I was wondering about that, and I was also trying to make sure I understood. So, Brent, help me know, what is that?
It's Bear Creek and Rush Creek.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And yet, could you turn the purple back on again? How strongly did they feel they're part of Weaverville?
Sure, 1 second.
Well, and it's not necessarily that
we're talking up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily, even if that was dark, it didn't mean they said they were, it meant somebody said they were. Right?
Correct. Correct.
Yeah. But yeah, so it doesn't look like it's intense or anything.
Yeah. And it's probably not data you have in front of you, but do you happen to have a general idea of what kind of percentage response of people from Weaverville doesn't even matter if they're from Weaverville, who responded to the Weaverville map? Like, are we looking at, 3 people's feedback or 203?
I can work with Nikki to get that number for you. If you bear with us.
Sure. Mhm. While he's looking to get that, are there any other questions? Okay, then I'm going to open it to public comment. Is there any in the room? Seeing none, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Seems awfully far north to feel like, okay, I don't want to make anybody.
Can you look at the parcel layers on your map, Jill, on your computer? Because you can kind of see, like, when you look at the county parcel viewer, you can kind of click on some of those bigger parcels and that include some of the ground they're talking about and see they're owned by the Forest Service, So when you're thinking about community planning.
Well, the only ones I was thinking about were these that are actual. I guess that's the point.
Well, this whole, up here, the dark, there's a bunch there on Rush Creek Road and then the Bear Creek Road area. There's a whole bunch of parcels there,
Well,
but they are pretty separated.
Button Road, and I mean, there's people there that.
Hey, Button Road is called that, like
It
Button.
is.
That's
It
so
is.
cute.
Cute little red house.
So I want to just check in real quick on the number. Nikki, have you been able to locate the number of participants for Weaverville as part of the exercise?
Yeah, so for the actual mapping portion of drawing a boundary, there were about 53 respondents from Weaverville. The whole survey received about 88 respondents from Weaverville, but the people who actually drew a boundary, there was about 52.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, I don't know. How does anybody feel about leaving it how it is or including this? Apparently what I'm clicking in on here looks like it's Rush Creek Drive but I don't know.
I would think we would want to include Rush Creek.
Okay, so Brent, if you were to expand to the north from where the red takes a real deep dip in that saddle there, if we would go straight up north and include, I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 census blocks?
Yeah, so if we were to move up north,
that's huge.
It'd be these census blocks that border the road. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7, and then there's this one, which is massive, which would be 8.
I don't know if it adds any clarity or confusion, but Rush Creek is addressed for Weaverville.
It does help.
My work in the community, I don't, that is such a weird area over there that I would say there's probably a mix between Weaverville and Lewiston because it's really close.
Right.
But it's also really close to Lewiston.
But they're all addressed Weaverville.
It looks like, yeah, all those little small slivers.
Yeah, they are. Well, and I guess what we're talking about from the community plan standpoint, the community will be asked to say, what kind of overlay do we want about how things are done here? And do we feel that community, if you will, fits within what you would expect the Weaverville community to determine as their expectations, or do they fall outside of that?
Yeah.
It would be covered in an area plan.
Right.
Exactly.
That whole tag.
Or the general community plan, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think, now I don't live out there, so I don't know, but it seems to me that they move out because they don't want to be in more of a concentrated area, and that their thoughts and feelings about how they live and what they want to see are different. And so from that standpoint, I'm all trying to be inclusive, and maybe they're like, no, thank you. So I guess if anything, I would leave it alone. Planning staff, I mean, obviously you must think that because you weighed in here. Okay. All right. So she said the addressing doesn't necessarily align with community. Okay.
So your motion to.
So I would say motion to approve the expanded area as created by the Planning Commission.
Second.
Okay, so motion by myself, second by Supervisor Lutweiler.
Supervisor Lutweiler,
Aye.
Chairman Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
All right, back to you, Brent.
Okay, this is the last community that we're going to go over. This is for Trinity Center. Now, this is I know Board Member Lutweiler brought this up, the confusion over acreages, and I know exactly what he was looking at and seeing, and we can address that through this discussion. This is going to be broken up into a few different points. It's going to get broken up by board direction originally, then county staff's recommendation with the consultant that went to Planning Commission, and then Planning Commission's recommendation that came out of that. And then that'll be what the board will be looking to make an action on. But first, let's walk through what the board had recommended. And this was way back in September when the discussion was to have no area plans, to have community plans, and Trinity Center community plans. So this would just focus on community center itself. Does not count the CSD. It does not count the other neighboring areas south on Highway 3. This was the original board direction. So just to make this clear about where we're at. That was the aerial map. We have our base map. Here's the CSD. I'm showing both of these here. Coffee Creek just to the north, even though we're not talking about it, I think it provides some context of where we're at. Here's Trinity Center and this not CSD, CDP that's recognized by the census. So the community responses of what Trinity Center, when you're in Trinity Center, who believes what Trinity Center is, it's perceived, is this whole area. Now these are just respondents from Trinity Center. These are not respondents from Covington Mill. These are not respondents from Ridgeville and so forth. So this is just what Trinity Center participants feel is the community. As you can tell, it does stretch all the way down the 3 corridor and encompasses the lake. We turn on the CSD in the area, that stretches the Highway 3 corridor, but based on the board recommendation, we were just looking at what Trinity Center was. Here's the census blocks.
Wow.
And as part of the board recommendation, there was an expansion of Trinity Center to include some of the darker purples that went beyond. So you can see the lighter shades as you get further down 3. This part right here was slightly darker than what the center was, but the core area actually aligns directly with the main development that's in Trinity Center. So this was the board recommendation. Here's the expansion, focus on Trinity Center, not aligning with the CSD. And that was the boundary.
Can you tell me where Ridgeville is?
Further, it doesn't show up on this map. I might need to actually rely on county staff for that one.
Oh,
yes.
So from where I'm standing, you can. So you see where it says Minersville?
Yes.
CILLE, see all those parcels?
Yes.
That's Bridgeville.
Okay, great.
In Minersville.
Under the lake.
Under the lake.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Minersville Exchange.
That's
interesting.
Ridgeville is where everyone went when the lake was being flooded.
So then these are the parcels that are highlighted. This is part of the board recommendation. And this is a new community plan. There isn't one currently. That would span 529 parcels and about 16,000 acres. Now, there was an alternative that was brought up, which was called the North Lake Area Plan. This included Trinity Center, Covington Mill, Ridgeville, Minorville, so it included several communities. This came out of the October meeting. So the original discussion from the board was in September, let's focus on just these communities, and Trinity Center is the community. So we have a Trinity Center community plan. At the October meeting, there was public comment that needed to be expanded and reflects more of where the CSD, since the CSD provides services, that needs to be expanded, that there are other communities along Highway 3, or what are called neighborhoods today, that consider themselves part of Trinity Center. So based on that feedback from that meeting, the county staff and the consultant team went back to the drawing board and looked at something called the North Lake Area Plan, which included all those communities down the Highway 3 corridor. So this is what the North Lake Area Plan looks like, and this is what was brought forward to the Planning Commission to reflect the public comment. So that was aerial, base map. Here's the CDP, just around Trinity Center. Here's the community responses again, which stretch all the way down the 3 corridor. Now here's the CSD. On the census block so you can see them. And then this was what was brought forth by county staff and the consultant team to the Planning Commission, was an expansion that, one, aligned more with the CSD, and two, still maintained full census blocks so that you can quantify the data. So here, all this green, this is an expansion beyond what's currently considered Trinity Center. This is what that boundary would look like. Here's the parcels that are included in it, and then they are highlighted here in blue. There we go. So the North Lake area, you see the comparison here compared to what was originally discussed by the board in September, is more than double in the amount of parcels. And the reason why the acreage jumps significantly is those parcels are huge. They have never been subdivided. So you went from 529 parcels to just over 1,000 parcels, and a total of 16,000 acres. And originally what the board was looking at, which was just Trinity Center, and now the North Lake area, which is expanded, jumped to 60,500 approximately acres of land. Now, when this was brought forward to the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission made a recommendation which was a variation of the North Lake Area Plan. As part of this concept, it still includes the other communities which are folded into what the CSD covers: Trinity Center, Covington Mill, Ridgeville, and Minersville. But the recommendation by the Planning Commission was to reduce the size of this area. The Planning Commission felt that this area was too expansive. It went too far beyond the CSD boundary, and they wanted to see it pulled in more to reflect the CSD boundary better. This included the removal of large census blocks, either in Trinity Lake or bordering it, and also refer to it, we have it here listed as Trinity Center Area Plan, but it would be called Trinity Center Community Plan, since all of the other outlying communities along 3 consider themselves part of Trinity Center. And this area does not include Coffee Creek. Coffee Creek to the north is its own separate entity that'll get folded into the overall general plan. So this is the PC recommendation that is before you. Aerial, base map, the CDP for Trinity Center, the community responses. The blue line is the CSD boundary, the census blocks. Here's the expansion beyond the CDP, and it's in the orange. Now, this area aligns closer to the CDP. It excludes all of this area here down through the lake, and it did cut out some of this area here. Now, the way to achieve that was by actually cutting the census blocks, cutting them up. So the quantifiable data, at least for the Trinity Center area, goes out the door in some respects, because we can't measure half a census block. not knowing where the cut was and how that determination was made. But this does align with where the Planning Commission wanted to see the boundary more mirror the CSD boundaries itself. This is a comparison between what was recommended as part of the boundaries and the expansion. So you can see what was taken out in this light like blue, the orangey color, that's what was maintained. So this would be the proposed Trinity Center community plan boundary. Here's the parcels that are included. And then the ones that are highlighted. And then this gives you a full range of kind of the steps we went through. So this top one was back in September during the initial discussion by the board. Based on public comment that came in, we made a new alternative called North Lake area that went to Planning Commission. That went up to about 1,000 parcels, 60,000 acres. Planning Commission reviewed that and made modifications from there, reduced the parcels down to better align with the CSD. That was their recommendation and action. So down to 996. And then that dropped about 10,000 acres off of the total acres. So that's the Planning Commission recommendation. And that would be called Trinity Center Community Plan, not Trinity Center Area Plan.
Okay.
So I will now hand it back to the chair.
All right. Thank you. Could you back up one screen?
Yes, I can.
One. Yeah. Oops.
Oh, there we go. I want to get the blue. There you go.
The one you landed on where this is the final one you, yes.
Oh, you want it without the parcels highlighted?
No, you're great. You're great.
Parcels highlighted is good.
Oh, okay. Let me go back. Sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Any questions by the board?
I do have a question. So did the Planning Commission give any reason for not wanting that 25 parcels on the lower right that on my parcel map say they're part of Covington Mill, not included? That's the only one that
This area
stands out to
here?
me. Yeah, I'm just curious, do they have do you remember any discussion? They may address that in public comment, but I'm just wondering if you recall.
Well, that area fell outside the CSD, first of all. So we were trying to align it with the CSD. I know that the chair is still online, and during public comment, she might have further information to add to that. But I mean, one of the biggest things was just that it was too expansive. It covered too much land. It went too far beyond the CSD boundaries.
Gotcha.
And the concept was to pull it in closer to reflect it. We didn't pull it in to match it exactly. So our judgment, and along with with county staff that approved a part of this too, is that this revised version based off the PC recommendation does still meet what they were looking for, but now it's in the board's hand to make a formal recommendation.
Right. Okay. No other questions from me.
Okay. With that, we're going to open public comment. Is there any in the room?
What a day. So Pat Frost, Trinity Center, and Chairman of the Trinity Center Community Service District. So a couple of kind of preliminary comments. One is I wanted to thank Ed and Brent for their patience with me over the last few days. I asked them a lot of questions, and I really appreciate their willingness to work with me and try to get me to understand this better. And then also a thank you to all of you for your diligent work on a really complicated kind of set of maps to have to look at, and to end with the Trinity Center one. And pretty much what I'd like to say is that the CSD would support this proposal from the Planning Commission that Brent just put up on the screen. And the last thing I wanted to say is really look forward to strengthening the sense of community by doing this community plan. And I really look forward to working with people like Matt and Rhoda, and I envision a community plan that will certainly outlive me, before it gets revised again 30 years from now, and that really helps that community move into the future. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. So there's no other public comment in the room. We'll go to Zoom. Carol?
Just to answer a couple questions. So, the Planning Commission and myself particularly did not feel it was necessary to include the parcels on Bowerman Ridge Road, the ones that Supervisor Lutweiler was asking about. Those are seasonal, a few seasonal homes. There are no real permanent residents out there because it's inaccessible in the winter. And also, as far as completing the community plan, I didn't see a problem where they've cut the census designated parcels in half, because the parcels that are that they've cut in half are largely Forest Service, where as far as a community plan goes, there's not going to be development. Likewise, there's not going to be development on the SPI ground that is too steep and suitable for timber, not residences. So while this map is much larger, it's not, I don't think, going to cause a statistical error. I would ask about the 50,000 acres. If you go back to slide 171 and you look at the size of the CSD, it is 18,517 acres. When you look at the areas they've added in the yellowish colors, now they've gone from 18,000 acres to 50,000 acres. And I can't see how there's another 25,000 acres that are outside the blue line and within the yellow line. So I would appreciate if they could answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Elise Hazard.
Hi, thank you so much. I appreciate how hard everyone's worked on this, and I know that a huge focus is community development long term, and making sure that a lot of the constituents have a voice from the North Lake. So my one comment would just be in reference to the title of this plan, instead of it being a Trinity Center community plan. Our neighbors north of Trinity Center in Coffee Creek are a huge part of our community. And if we're drawing that boundary, separating Coffee Creek from the rest of the North Lake, I think it would be very inclusive to maybe change the title back to North Lake. I have heard other people within my community talk about addressing community events and functions in reference to the North Lake region, North Lake area, not just specifically Trinity Center, because we are such an expansive region. Thank you.
I need clarity on your comment, Elise. Could you just circle back and tell me what you said again? Are you trying to say that you wanted to see Coffee Creek included, or just the semblance of such with a name change?
I haven't been involved in all of the meetings with the Planning Commission, so I don't fully understand all the reasons why Coffee Creek's not included in the North Lake community plan. I don't know the exact statistics, but when I think about our community and knowing people who live in Covington Mill and Lake Forest, I would say we have just as many families with young kids, full-time working families living in the Coffee Creek region as the lower part of Trinity Center. So yeah, if we're excluding Coffee Creek from the community plan, I think it could feel more inclusive to people in the North Lake area to refer to this community development plan as a North Lake community development plan, not specifically Trinity Center.
Okay, thanks for that. And thank you for your comments.
I have Matt Jefferson. He had 50 seconds
He
earlier.
did. Yep.
Do you want to leave it at that?
I do. Okay, Matt, do you have further comments to make now that we've had more clarity to this area?
Yes, and thank you, Joel, for letting me speak again.
You bet.
Okay. So I'm asking to move the western boundary by Trinity Center to not include parcel 007-220-075. I'm very concerned that our personal property rights and ability to keep our business open will be in jeopardy. We're a 5,000 square foot nursery. We grow an acre of produce and a 10,000 square foot cannabis farm in East Fork. We're hoping to expand to our new parcel that has grandfathered water board paperwork to create more jobs and a local sustainable food source. I'm very concerned that if we're in the Trinity Center plan, that our business will not be able to operate, as the folks heading the Trinity Center Community Services District are working diligently to remove us because we're cannabis growers and they believe that we do not fit into their family values. So from what I'm hearing, we're really hoping that we can be folded into the general plan, just like Coffee Creek. And thank you again for the 50 seconds, Jill.
You bet. And before I let you go, Matt, I need you to say that APN number again. I didn't capture it.
It is 007
Mhm.
220-075.
There we
It's
go.
791 Rancheria Creek Road.
Thank you. And thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I have no other raised hands.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will close public comment.
Ella, are you able to show us where that is
I have it
rather than
right.
us hunting and pecking?
I
Oh, you
found
found
it.
it by looking up?
Mhm. It keeps going smaller.
So it's northwest of.
Mhm. Brent, could you put your Trinity Center proposed map back up and have the
Sure.
parcel layer on it?
Of course. There you go.
I found it, yeah.
Brett, you'll need to share your screen again.
Yep, 1 second. There you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then
791.
oh, it's it's this.
Right there.
Uh-huh. Wow. Could you turn on the census block layer?
Sure, the parcel layer is going to disappear with that, just so you're aware.
Okay, that's okay. I've got it. Oh,
There you
wow.
go.
Oh, that would be challenging.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And while we're considering, Brent, were you able to get any more information to address the question that was raised about the 25 acres added with the additional space? And
Yeah,
maybe
we're
if you-
working on that. We're
Okay.
working on that right now. It's a GIS exercise, and GIS is quite a large file if you've worked with it, so it's taking it a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. And can you show us again the acreage
The parcel?
represented? Yeah, the total acreage represented by the various options?
Sure.
Or
Yeah. It's going to be right here. There you go.
So it's a total of 50,000, and the question was around 25,000 of it. Okay, thank you. You go back to one of the maps, please. Okay, so
Well,
in-
we're kind of to you because, I mean, I'm considering that public comment, and the problem is that particular parcel, which we've located, falls right in the middle of, it's well within the CSD. It's right in the middle of a census block. Would you turn the census block layer back on one more time?
Sure.
Oh,
Good at that.
actually go back to the yellow, the kind of shades of yellow before. Maybe back up one. There. It almost seems like if you didn't have that expansion in yellow right there, that particular property, but it's hard to tell by this layer whether it would be outside. I mean, it's in the CSD, but it's outside the actual Trinity Center boundary. It looks like, but you can't be that.
It's
my-
it's within the original Trinity Center CDP.
Yeah, so perhaps
It
Brent,
is,
if you could
okay.
show the original Trinity Center census designation.
I'm gonna go back a few slides. So I'm gonna go back to the original so you don't have all of this confusion.
Okay.
I go back further. The board recommendation.
There it
Oh,
is.
it crosses, right?
So, yeah, and then the parcel view, that's where, as was stated, it was already touching the boundaries of the original CDP. Can you show the parcel?
Yep.
Yeah, it goes right through it.
And if you look here,
Could we look at that census block there?
inside this, you know what I mean? It's inside that.
Well, so we can have a discussion. I'll make a motion that we approve the Planning Commission recommendation as presented.
Motion by Supervisor Lutweiler. Is there a second?
I will second for discussion.
Okay. Okay.
So as far as discussion goes, I get, obviously we can't cut a parcel or 3 in half there. And I was wondering in that voter block there, how many other parcels are in that block? If you could put that up.
The census block?
Yeah.
They're big.
Well, it's within this set of boundaries, so if you tried to move it, you would be cutting that boundary for a census block.
Say that again, Rick.
But if we went back, because these pink lines is the census, have a census block boundary. And if we go back to show the parcels, that's within that big census block to the upper left. So you would have to take apart a primary census block for Trinity Center.
Actually, this might get a little bit more complicated because that is the outline of the entire parcel,
Right.
even though the dot,
Yeah.
yeah.
So I understand the request. It seems very problematic to me to somehow carve that particular parcel out.
I think we should find a way to do some, I mean, I just don't see, if it was me, I would not want my parcel to be cut in half by this line. So that there should be some way that we can rectify this. So it's not just like we did on Rio or Quad P that we don't have some in, some out. We have half a property in, half a property out. we have to find some way to reconcile that, I would imagine.
Well, I think there were a lot of situations in which Brent was showing us that the boundaries that we were drawing or approving included all the parcels that touch them. And I think in this section, all the parcels that were around where we're looking at are included. So it's not, I don't think it's any different than we probably approved boundaries that have 300 parcels that have been, quote, cut in half, but they're still included in the boundaries of that.
Understood, but they're not cut in half? Is that what you're saying?
No, they are. Yeah, there's a lot where the line, the official line drawn goes through and maybe even a tiny corner of it, or even just the boundary of it is touching. And somewhere it was a portion of it was included and some portion of it was not. But this is not in any stretch the first of that. And Brent, if you could one more time go back to, I know we're bouncing all over the place and it's a big set of slides, but the one that reflects the Planning Commission's final recommendation.
Sure. You're looking for the parcel map or the CDP?
Their recommendation with the parcel map.
There you go.
So their recommendation goes well beyond it. The original CDP included it because of the boundaries of it. And the CSD, I believe, included it. The chair of CSD is saying yes, so. Okay. Yeah, so you'd have to make a very strange carve out.
So I don't. Planning staff, do you have any, just maybe Drew, I don't know, you can all probably answer the same question. Do you have any sense as to within this area, how many farms do we have inside of there? They can't be alone. Seriously. Oh.
My knowledge, so to my knowledge, we have one active license there, which I believe is Matt Jefferson's, which is the reason for his concern. Sure. And then I believe there's at least one more. I believe there's actually two more pending licenses that are within the North Lake area.
Okay.
And included in these boundaries? I'm sorry, Jill.
Oh, no.
I can't speak specifically to these boundaries, unfortunately, but I could ask staff to try and pull that up if that's helpful.
And so Brent, you see what our dilemma is here. Maybe you don't, because we're pulling up our parcel maps and we've input an address and we're pinpointing it.
Right. And I don't have access to that, so I don't see that exact parcel.
If you put your cursor on the words Trinity Center, there you go. There, you're on it. It's
that one.
Yep. And it's like a backward L.
Okay.
All one big thing. If we wanted,
we're talking.
If we wanted that parcel to not be included, what would you recommend?
Oh, that's difficult because it falls directly within.
It's in the CSD, the CDP.
Yeah, that's hard because it falls. I mean, it would basically create an island because it falls directly within. It falls directly within the existing CSD, CDP, census block. I haven't seen that very often, and this is just coming from a neutral perspective. Most jurisdictions don't like creating islands to where something is a standalone within a C. that's the only way you could do it, is you basically would remove that parcel, so there would be a hole in that. And the census block information, I mean, the census block information will get cut up. But I mean, in regards to that, the census block information for this area has already been kind of chopped already. So, I mean, I don't see that as the issue. I think it's going to come down to if the county wants to have a property have its own island and not be part of it. And then the question is, if the property owner ever wanted to expand to other properties, what happens then?
Or change hands
Well, we don't know.
eventually. So then you would have a property that's an island that may not have the same interests that they do now.
Right.
So you would be taking them out of those.
And that parcel's bounded by three several other parcels. Yeah.
That parcel also, if it was removed, wouldn't be part of the community plan, but would be surrounded by the community plan. So anything that's recommended by the community plan, if it's infill development, if it's tourism, so forth, whatever the driver is at this point, we're not sure yet. We haven't gotten to that point. Any uses that surround that parcel would adhere to the community plan, except for that one. So that one parcel wouldn't have to adhere to the community plan. It would have to adhere to what the general plan goals are, but not what Trinity Center community plan is looking for.
But the parcels around it would, correct?
Correct.
One other note, I know from comments that Matt and I think both Rhoda submitted in writing, their concerns about their views of the validity of the opt-out up in that area, but the CSD in Trinity Center is an opt-out area as of today.
And do you have a general sense of what that layer would look like? That opt-out area?
Oh, it's the CSD.
Oh, it's a whole
So
system.
if you put up back up the CSD, that's the whole area.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see a way.
I don't.
Well,
either.
I don't see an appropriate way.
That's what planning is all about. Sorry. All right. Is there any further discussion? Anybody care to make an amended motion? Right, then she's giving us some air at my request. Thanks, Ashley. Appreciate that. All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Lutweiler and a second by Supervisor Carpenter Harris, and we're ready for the vote.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Chairman Cox.
Aye. All right. Wow, with that. Certainly.
I would just like to. I would just like to speak forward into the Trinity Center folks. I hope that everyone is included in all of the work that is coming forward with this, so that no one feels uncomfortable in their own space.
Indeed. Hard decisions, and it's just hard to go back and undo things. And we certainly hear and appreciate all perspectives and look forward to good outcomes. Okay. With that, we are going to conclude open session and moving into closed session. The items before us, 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5B, Conference with Real Property Negotiators, address 105 Hawthorne Street, Weaverville, California, 96093. Agency negotiators, Trent Tuthill and Margaret Long, negotiating party to be determined. Under negotiation are price and terms of sale and payment. Item 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 1. Item 5.3, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1. Trinity Indian Creek MHP et al. Versus Candy Hoover et al., Trinity County Superior Court, case number 23CL067. Government Code, item 5.4, Government Code Section 54956.95, liability claim, claim number TIBZ-600127, employee ID number 02164. Is there any public comment on the closed session? Seeing none in the room, is there any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands.
All right, that we will close public comment and move into closed session. This adjourns our open session.